You're live.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
And we back. We back. After all the traveling, the festivities, we're back, man. It's good to be back. Back like we never left. So y'all already know the announcements, man. We got Houston, Virginia, Rochester, and San Antonio. Any of these schools you can tap in with if you're not already familiar with them. We have multiple ways for you to get this information, this wisdom. We got Mashaba's podcast on Podbean at 11 a.m. We got S.O.W. Norfolk, and we got S.O.W. Rochester. We have 5 Minutes of Wisdom, Hidden Truth Bible Show, Israelite Media Corp, and we have Kids Wisdom also. Classes for the kids. On Instagram is SOW_children_of_light. And on TikTok, it is at S.O.W. Children of Light. His classes in Virginia is on Sundays, right? And we have Israel Wear, where you want to get your garment game, your friends game up. I know if y'all have watched the live stream for the Passover, y'all saw some mighty garments, man. Some mighty garments, some beautiful garments. I mean, you see it. So definitely tap in with Israel Wear. Hebrew Academy, we have Hebrew Academy in Virginia and Rochester on Monday, and here in Houston on Tuesday. Tap in, man. If you need to contact the priest, we got Priest Kazakia. His number is 757-300-4047. Priest Quadazop's number is 303-557-8979. And Priest Zion's number is 346-234-8340. Text only during class. We have businesses that help support the school. We have sweet ambiance where we want everybody to smell as good as we do. All natural fragrance oils lasting you all day the long way, right? So we also got Chosen Creations where we can do woodworking, metalworking, anything that you have your mind to, send it to us and we can see if we can do it. If you want to send in donations, monetary donations, we have the Wells Fargo, which is 101-580-6167. The Cash App is ISBHPK donations. And the Zelle email is isbhpk@gmail.com. The number is 757-300-4047. And if there's anything that you want to send in physically, just get in touch with the priest, and they'll be able to properly help you and guide you. And with that, the announcement is finished. It's done. It's done.
No more. Just rewind.
Come on now.
Okay. So, read.
It's done.
What was the announcement? What more announcements? Right. So, like the brother said, we back from the Passover. Right. Back from the Passover. We're still in the Feast of Unleavened Bread until sundown tomorrow. So keep that in mind. We will be gathering tomorrow to close out the feast. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So we are gonna do what we normally do, which is the reading, questions, prayers, all those good things for the Shabbat. All right, so without further ado, let's get it rolling. All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
B'Dalanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Aman. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scripture.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
B'Dalanawa. Rayach. Nayachachah. The water. Aman. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us a sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Imagine what Panya Yerushalayim.
Rise to face.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
B'Telanawa. Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Aina Shah.
Aina Shah.
Ayan Yam Yah.
Ayan Yam Yah.
Ahahari.
Ahahari.
Salat. Na'aya.
Na'aya.
Wabuwa'a.
Wabuwa'a.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah. Wabuwa'a.
Wabuwa'a.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemaiah.
Shemaiah.
Aratiza.
Wa'aratiza.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Amawat.
Amawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasha'ala.
Yasha'ala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Al.
Yam Yam.
Hashamash.
Hashemash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Akaya.
Akaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Alabana.
Alabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Makol Rai.
Makol Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashia.
Napashia.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wa'aya.
Wa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Ai. Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Amen.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Now, I know y'all got spoiled during the Passover. Brother was singing sweet melody.
That
ain't happening. Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Let's hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Oh, wait, I forgot. In case we got this brother right here next time. You like to sing.
Because I'm light skinned?
That's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of it. The Lord's Prayer. Abunau.
Abunau.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak with Ka.
Malak with Ka.
Naba'ah.
Naba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratiza.
Ba'aratiza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Hashemayim.
Hashemayim.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Wacham.
Wacham.
Call.
Yawam.
Masalak now.
Masalak now.
Kawawaf now.
Kawawaf now.
Kawawaf now. Kawawaf now.
Kawawaf now.
Hold on, let's just start it over. Little rest. Right. Abunau.
Abunau.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak with Ka.
Malak with Ka.
Naba'ah.
Naba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratiza.
Ba'aratiza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashemayim.
Bashemayim.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Lacham,
Lacham,
call,
call,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Wasalachnawa,
Wasalachnawa,
Hamawafnawa,
Hamawafnawa,
Hasalachnawa,
Hasalachnawa,
Hamawafyanawa,
Hamawafyanawa,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Tabianawa,
Tabianawa,
Messiah 1,
Messiah 1,
Abal,
Abal,
Awashinawa,
Awashinawa,
Bayan,
Bayan,
Rad,
Rad,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Malakwa,
Malakwa,
Wa'ala,
Wa'ala,
Wa'ata Pa'ara,
Wa'ata Pa'ara,
La'ulanya,
La'ulanya,
Aman.
Aman.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha'aishara,
Ha'aishara,
Matazawa,
Matazawa,
The Ten Commandments.
La'a,
La'a,
Yahaya,
Yahaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Acharim,
Acharim,
Alpanya,
Alpanya,
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'a,
La'a,
Ha'aisha,
Ha'aisha,
Laka,
Laka,
Basol,
Basol,
Wala'a,
Wala'a,
Da'ibadam,
Da'ibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a,
La'a,
Laqua'a,
Laqua'a,
Sham,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawa,
Bashawa,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
Lakodashwa,
Lakadashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Wa, Amaka,
Amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a,
La'a,
Laratzazat,
Laratazat,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a,
La'a,
Tana'at,
Tana'at,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a,
La'a,
Taganab,
Taganab,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a,
La'a,
Ta'ina,
Ta'ina,
Shakur,
Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a,
La'a,
Takamad,
Takamad,
Call, Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika,
Lara'aika,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Water,
the water,
Yah,
the Yah,
Aman.
Aman.
Yeshavim, which means to be seated.
Hey, y'all. Remember, we're live. We're live. Okay. So, obviously, for everybody that's been keeping up with us, we're still in Psalms 119. We're actually gonna just knock out Psalms 119 today. Just gonna knock it out because I made a little mistake when setting up the reading. We were supposed to do we were supposed to treat 2 alphabets as 1 chapter. But I did it as 1 chapter by mistake. So we're a little bit behind VA and Rochester. So we gotta catch up. So, my mistake. So we're just gonna knock out Psalms 119 and then add probably a chapter or 2 to catch up to them by, probably not next week, but the week after. Maybe. So. So, we're at Psalms, what, 119 and 121? That's right. Yeah, so, I mean, it ain't a lot of verses. It's only like 50 verses, but, you know, we ain't gonna be here all day.
2 more precepts.
2 more precepts, right? We ain't gonna be here all day with 2 more precepts. Yeah, hopefully everybody had a good time at the Passover. I know I did, finally. I say finally because, you know what I'm saying? I got a chance to just like kick it and just chill. Not have to cook, not have to run around. So, you know, it was still a lot to do though. It's work to even gather, right? It's work upon work. Come on, brothers going to bed, leaving the spot at 3, getting to bed at 4 or 5. Sisters waking up early to set up events. So, but it was fun, right? It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Good seeing all the brothers from Rochester, all the bros from VA, all the comeback kids. You know, you got a lot of brothers, certain brothers that kind of left, and then they decided, you know what, I want to slide back through, and guess what? They were able to do so. Right? So shout out to them. Shout out to them brothers. Shout out to Rochester for hosting a dope event. The venue was on point. The performances that the sisters were able to do with the instruments, yeah, like, and they had a lot more planned. It's just when you gotta rent a space, you know how it goes. They give us a limited amount of time, and Israel don't know how to be on time. We say 4, brothers get there at 6. We say 5, brothers get there at 7. Like, so we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot with that. So we have to start getting there at 1. Wherever we gonna be at, we gotta say 1 o'clock so Israel can pull up by 2, and we can get things started by a decent time, so we can enjoy ourselves. It's like every time we gotta rush through the reading, we gotta rush through the announcements, we gotta rush through things. And then we still enjoy it. We enjoy it for what it is, but you know, we don't get the full extent of what's set up. So we just got to be a little bit better at being on time for things, right? So we could enjoy what we're setting up. But shout out to Rochester, shout out to Zion, and all them brothers for putting that together. It was dope. That, you know, they hosted us very well, right? Zion was my damn he was my concierge. Is that what it is?
Yeah, concierge.
Yeah, he didn't have to be, but you know, he was rolling me around the city, me and my family, right? So, you know, and he had many things to do, so shout out to that brother. Definitely appreciate it. And you know, shout out to the sisters for the expo. That was on point. It was fun. Just something different, right? Just something different for us to be able to hang out, enjoy the time, enjoy each other, and hopefully everybody had a good time. Hopefully everybody had a good time. Obviously, y'all see that when we get together in these situations, in these close quarters, situations pop up, right? Situations pop up to try to cause confusion. They pop up to try to cause contention. They pop up to try to break the unity. And hopefully, you know, I heard about little small situations, and I know I can't hear everything, but hopefully the things that did pop up, y'all were able to resolve amongst yourselves. And if not, hopefully you're wise enough to bring it to another level to be able to get things resolved, so you're not carrying around them demons until next year or 6 months from, oh, you know, when we was at Passover, that brother, what? That was 6 months ago. When we was at the sister said, wait, huh? That was 8 months ago. Why are you holding on to that? So hopefully, being in the spirit of clarity and all the things we went over in Passover, right? Like the 1 Corinthians 5, not being in the spirit of malice and eating in the spirit of contention and purging the old leaven. Y'all really understand what that's about, that you got to clear yourself of those spirits, and those spirits are going to pop up to put you in a certain mind. Whether you had to give a crazy amount of rides, whether you had to, you know, make up for somebody's slack when it came to finances, or whatever it was, whether you had to Shit, if you had to pay for some food for my kids when they was on the bus, whatever it was, and you felt a way about it, talk about it. That way we can say, hey, you know what? Our bad. Let's resolve it. And we ain't carrying around. You're not carrying around that weight. Go to Hebrews real quick. 12. Hebrews 12. 12 and 1.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 1. Wherefore,
Slow down, Gunner, and let everybody get there. Slow down, Swifty. Let everybody get there. Everybody get there? Con? Read.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 1.
Right?
Wherefore, seeing we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witness.
Yeah, the cloud of witnesses is, first of all, the Most High, He's watching. The Most High, the angels, Christ, they're all watching us. And then each other is watching each other. We witness against one another. We're looking at how brothers and sisters move and how they process and how they deal. So seeing that you're compassed about, no matter what you think, oh, well, the walls compass me. Nah, somebody's watching. Nah, somebody's able to see. And most importantly, the Most High, He can see into the depths of your spirit and what you try to hide from man. Go ahead.
Let us lay aside
Come on.
every weight.
Let us do what?
Lay aside every weight.
Yeah, those weights are the demons that try to hold you back from communicating. Those weights are the contentions and the disagreements and the small little jestings and the small little contentions that happen among us that tell you, she don't like me. He don't like me. And then you know what? I ain't gonna say nothing about it. I'm gonna just hold on to it. Go on.
And the sin which doeth so easily
Beset us.
beset us.
Right. And the sin is the grudging. The sin is holding on to that grudge. The sin is, like it says in Leviticus 17:19, don't hold a grudge against your brother. That's the sin. The weight is the contention, and then the sin is you holding on to it and letting it become a grudge. He said, let that go. But how do I let it go? I got to talk. We got to stop being immature and start being grown-ups and start wanting to handle situations and clean things up and not trying to hold on to it and let that be your motivation until the next issue pops up. I do not want to hear from nobody what happened 6 months ago. I don't want to hear that. I don't want you to, all of a sudden you want to be in council trying to bring up 8-month-old issues. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're letting contention and strife stack and build up all the way to the next feast day. So in 50 days, you're going to come like, yeah, so at Passover, that brother said to me, nah, bro, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that no more. Y'all going to start dropping them weights at the door. Y'all going to start releasing that dead weight at the door because all you got to see is that it's holding you back. I'm not being held back. Y'all being held back. How can you run if you weighted down? But all you have to do is just reevaluate how you're running. You're running with a limp. You're running with a limp to the side because you got too much weight on this side. You got too much holding you down. The Bible says you got to drop that. Go ahead.
And let us run with patience.
Let us run with patience. Read it again.
Let us run with patience.
How can you run with patience if you're weighed down with frustrations? If you're weighed down with contentions? How can you be patient towards another if you got contention towards them? These are the things you have to ask yourself. For those online, you got to ask yourself, how can you move smoothly in the spirit if you're weighed down with the feeling of I don't want to be hospitable, or the feeling of I don't want to be charitable, or the feeling of I don't want to unify because the last time we got, did the unity thing, this happened and that happened. You better talk about it. Or you just gonna be the person that when all the festivities and all the fun time and all the drinking and eating the lamb and kicking it and expos and Barakatayahawas and Khan is all over with, you're gonna be in the corner. looking sad, while everybody else is still able to unify outside of the fun, while everybody else is able to unify when it's not a drinking moment or an eating moment or a feast moment, you're gonna be in the corner looking sick, looking sad like a puppy, right? And it's gonna be, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with her? What's going on with that brother? You're gonna be the spot that stands out. You're gonna be the thing that stands out because of what you're not doing. You're not willing to drop those weights. Come on.
The race that is set before us.
Right, the race that is set before us. We all gotta walk, right? We all gotta walk to walk. We all got a race to run. Make sure that you're doing all to stand. Like Paul said, I ran my race, right? And I ran it well. You gotta make sure that you're doing all you can to stay in the spirit and to run this race, or else what's the point, right? So just a little quick word of advice. Just a quick word of advice, right? So let's get the first reader. You got anything to say?
No, we got.
Oh, y'all gotta roll? Oh, he's in the car waiting. Oh.
I'm on Azar Shabbat Shah Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
I'm on one Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahawah Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
me a favor. You put that on the corner. Gotcha. Go on. Yeah, buddy. Mm-hmm. So what you got to do is you got to look at where VA is, and then you got to kind of like, yeah, as much as you can without us having to be here all day. Gotcha. I'll send you something. I'll send you where you're at. Slot. As the brother makes his way up, we're at Psalms 121 and Psalms 119 and verse 121. We'll update the title and the thumbnail after that. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Take her away. Take me away. All right.
Shalom, Israel.
Wow.
So Psalms 119 and 121. I have done judgment and judged justice. Lead me not to mine oppressors. Be surety for thy servant for good.
Right. What is surety? What?
Like vouching for somebody or like vouching for somebody?
Yeah, like vouching, covering a debt. Right. So what is he asking for here? What is it? What is that saying? Be surety for thy servant. I have done judgment and justice. Lead me not to mine oppressors. Be surety for thy servant for good. What? What you got?
I'll say he's like saying like defend me, speak on my behalf.
Right. Defend me. Speak on my behalf. Act on my behalf. I mean, just think about it. Just think about it. Isn't that why? I hate to say it like this, but isn't that the expectation of us keeping the law? We keep the law, the statutes, the commandments in hopes that the Most High will continue to defend us and to free us from the oppressor, right? What does it say in St. John? You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free, right? So that's the hope that mentally, think about mentally. Think about mentally being free. Who knows what that's feel like, to be mentally free? Damn, nobody raised their hand. I'm raising my, guess what? I'm gonna raise my hand because I don't feel oppressed mentally with the oppression of the world. I'm not oppressed with the world. They got a different oppression than what we feel.
So you're saying like the sins of the world? I mean, that's what you mean?
Not even the sins. Not even the sins, but the mental, the mind to have to, it's like the stresses of keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah.
I got it, Con.
Oh, they got the new, I gotta get the new, oh, they got the new, oh, I gotta get the, yo, that's a heavy weight that a lot of people try to carry.
That's true.
That's a mental burden that people try to carry, because then now I gotta stretch myself so thin in the workforce, but I gotta get the new this and the new that, but then what about my children? I can't spend time with the kids, and the kids is being raised a certain way. And then they pick up, and then all these mental things stack up that manifest physically. I don't have that constraint to keep up with anybody,
Con.
right? Because I understand godliness with contentment is great gain. So I'm not oppressed in the mind to have to go to the mall and you know what, the new J's is coming out. All the new joints I want is coming out, but I gotta get them. And if I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fall into a corner somewhere,
Right.
right?
Going to depression.
Somebody show her where she needs to sit, right? No, you sit. Let the sisters do it. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not oppressed in that way. I'm not oppressed in the way I gotta keep up. Right? I'm not oppressed in that way. I'm not oppressed in, oh, you know what? Christmas is coming, and if I don't get $1,000 worth of gifts for my children, they're gonna look at me funny.
Right. I gotta take a picture of it and then post it on social media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, you know it was wild. I was posting photos from Passover on the IG and stuff, and I was like, wait, the last time I posted photos on IG was last Passover. That's crazy. That was a year ago. I'm not constrained to keep up with this. I gotta get some likes, yo.
Yeah, they got CD.
I gotta put my life on display. I got the new whip. I got the new this. I got the new that. And I gotta put it on display because my life is motivated by likes. I'm not under that oppression mentally. Right? I'm not under those mental constraints that the world says to be a part of us, this is what you have to live like. To be a part of us, you have to walk to the beat of this drum. Christ is beating the drum, and I'm walking to his beat. The world got their own beat. It's that real zesty beat. It's that real hip moving, zesty, you know what I'm saying?
Offbeat.
Off beat, right. Whatever beat they playing in them transgender clubs, that's the beat that the world is on. Yeah, I'm not bouncing on that beat. I'm good. I'm straight. Right? And I'm not feeling a certain way because I'm not. Oh, I didn't get the new this, or I didn't get the new that, or I'm not living like this. Right? And you shouldn't feel that way either. Because what's greater? Living according to this world or living according to the commandment? This is how you know the wisdom of the Most High is the truth. Because the world tells you not to do it. And we know that the world is against the Most High in Christ. We know that they're total opposites. Right? Go to what is it? 1 John. For all that is in the world, 1 John 5.
2:15.
Oh, 1 John 2:15. Slop. 1 John 2:15. All that is in the world.
Verse 16.
And then also get me First, give me 1 John 3:13. Give me that.
1 John 3:13.
Yeah, give me that. 1 John 3:13. Read.
1 John 3:13.
Come on.
Marvel not,
Right?
brethren.
Don't be surprised. Don't get anguished. Don't be oppressed. Don't be burdened in the mind. Come on.
If the world hate you.
If the what?
If the world hate you.
It shouldn't be a surprise when the world hates you. When they ridicule, when they talk bad. Oh, you ain't got to keep those laws. You ain't got to keep those. Look, Christ did away with that. Marvel not if the world hates you. Right? Go to St. John 5:15. Go to St. John 15 and 18. Then we're going to come back to 1 John.
15, 18.
Yep.
St. John chapter 15 and verse 18.
Uh-huh.
If the world hate you,
Uh-huh.
ye know that it hated me before it hated you.
Come on. Read on.
If ye were of the world,
Right?
the world would love his own.
Does the world love us?
Uh,
Nuh-uh. The world don't accept you. Right? Everyone else can be what they want to be. A grown man can literally say he identifies as a cat.
Yep.
And it's, oh, you know what? Let's give him rights. Let's make sure that we do laws, statutes, and justice towards him.
He's being brave.
Yeah, he's living his truth.
God.
But when you say, wait a minute, I am living the truth. I'm living in Christ. He's the way, the truth, and the life. When you profess, oh, I'm an Israelite, I'm a Hebrew. Nah, prove it.
Right.
You didn't ask the cat to prove that you didn't ask that man to prove that he was a 4-year-old child.
Damn right.
You didn't ask him to prove that he was a cat. Well, I identify as a dog. You didn't tell him to prove it. You're not telling Small Hat over there to prove that he's a Jew.
Just accept it.
Right? You're not making them prove anything, because the world knows what to reject and what to accept. The problem is we don't know what to accept, as being outside the world, we want to be accepted by the world. That's the sad part. You want the world to accept you. As an Israelite, the world hates you. And they're not going to accept you, but that's how you know whether or not you're in the truth. That's how you know whether or not the Holy Spirit is baptizing you.
Not just the world, just the religions also. They're part of the world, but the religions don't accept people.
It's all one conglomerate.
Right.
Right? It's all one conglomerate. You know how many damn them Amalekites I seen on the flight coming back?
Oh my goodness.
Because they doing Passover too, right?
Yeah.
But everybody congratulate them on their Passover and this, that, and the third. But as soon as you, oh, I was keeping Passover, they look at you like, huh? Passover?
Yeah.
What? Are you Jewish?
The kids, my kid's school was blowing my phone up. The kids in it. Listen, we had the Passover. They, huh? When y'all gonna be back? When we back? Stop calling. But let one of them Jewish cats dip off, right? Oh, oh, okay, cool. Y'all got that. How long? Oh, we'll write the excuse note for you.
Right.
We'll make sure we forward all the schoolwork. They make it easy for them, but for us,
What y'all doing?
they make it hard because we're not accepted. But Christ told you what it was about. Read on.
But because ye are not of the world,
Right?
but I have chosen.
So remember, if the world don't hate you, it's because you are of them. The world ain't gonna hate his own. So now you got to sit back and say, well, what am I trying to be accepted of? The world or the Most High in Christ? What do I feel a certain way with my family and my this and my friends? They act a certain way towards me. Man, I got to get my mama to accept me. Listen, I went and visited mom. Or she lived in New York, so I went and visited her. Right? And it was constantly like, you know how moms be trying to do. You know, first of all, grandparents, they want to try to spoil the kids. And me, I'm like, no, you're not gonna spoil my kids, right? You're gonna give them certain things, but she want to do certain things like give them ice cream at 10:30 at night. I was like, bro, you tripping? We ain't doing that. It's 10:30 at night, right? You about to turn them all the way up. Then we got an hour-long drive, hour and a half drive back to the damn B&B, right? And I get it. They want to spoil them, and they want to do certain things, and they don't understand where our ideas of raising kids come from. They just think like, oh, you're so strict, and it's like, no, I'm not strict, but there got to be a discipline, right? There has to be parameters that the kids follow. But you know, it's funny. Mom's text me yesterday. She was like, you're doing an excellent job raising your kids. That's all she had to say. That's all she had to say. She couldn't say nothing outside of that, because the reality of it is they are being raised properly, because the Bible is the guide. It's the frontlets, right? And it's hard to, when you look at kids that are well mannered, when you look at all the kids, you know, you got 6 kids in the house and they all kind of getting along. It's not the typical bickering and fighting, and they got some type of manners about them, right? When you see that, you do got to say, well, where is that coming from? Right? Where is that coming from? So they recognize it. They recognize the things that we're doing. They just don't understand where it's coming from. But remember, the world tells you what? Let the kids just, you know, they need freedoms.
Yep.
Right? They don't oppress your children. Don't beat them. Don't this. Nah. But what are you raising? More worldly type people.
What they say now, what the community is their parents. The community.
But what type of community is it?
Exactly.
That's the point. If it's a community of lawlessness, then you're gonna have lawless children. Remember they say, it was a saying, it takes a village. But even in that context of it takes a village, back in them days, everyone was in one mind, right? If you see a child doing wrong, I'm the neighbor, but I'm gonna say something. And then I'm gonna report back to the parents, right? Nobody let their child kind of get out of line, and the kids have respect for all the different grown-ups in the community. These young kids, what they call them, YNs?
Yeah.
Why? They don't respect nobody, right? They don't respect their own parents. They don't respect the elders. They don't respect the just anybody in the streets. There's no respect. But that's what the world wants you to propagate, a YN. Right? They want you to birth monsters like the scriptures say. Right? Read on. Get the water back.
I have chosen you
Right?
out of the world.
Out of what?
Out of the world.
Out of what?
Out of the
So
world.
you've been pulled out. Why are you trying to get the world's love? Why are you trying to get their cosign? Going back to the point, why are you trying to get their surety? Why do you need them to vouch for you? Well, I got that popularity spirit, that acceptance spirit that be on us, that we got to be accepted by them. Be a surety for thy servant for good, right? That's Psalms 121 and 22. The world will be a surety for you, but not for your good. They'll vouch for you. Yeah, come on up in here with us, man, because we need another person that we could use, abuse, take advantage of, and then discard. We need somebody that we can populate into us. You ever watch The Matrix, Mr. Smith? Right? He just start propagating himself. He just start propagating negative through the Matrix, man. Right? That movie, you gotta, trust me, if you've seen that movie a while back, go back and watch that movie now and look at how you'll look at it and you'll say, wow, that thing is super biblical, that movie. Right? The way things were articulated in that movie, but it's the same thing. The world is trying to push one thing and the spirit is trying to push another. They were pulled out of the world, out of the matrix, right? And so to speak, put into low conditions. They was eating the slop, They was dressed a certain type of way, right?
Huh?
But they had to build themselves up to get back in that matrix, to be able to fight in that matrix. It's the same thing. You get pulled out, build yourself up, and then you get tossed back out there, but in a different capacity to now be a leader, to now be an example, to fight. Not to get their acceptance. Neo wasn't trying to get the acceptance of Mr. Smith. He was trying to break the matrix. He wasn't trying to get the acceptance of even the architect. He met with him. He was like, yo, what you doing? Remember when he met with him? Yo, remember. They're going to watch it.
Chinese guy.
That wasn't the Chinese dude. That was the old white dude, the architect with the gray hair, and he was breaking down the matrix too.
Oh, that's part one.
And he was showing them all the different constructs and all the different possibilities, and he was supposed to go save Trinity, and you had to make a decision.
That was part two.
I don't remember.
That was part two.
Okay, that's why I don't remember it. It's all to me.
Mine's
It's
right
all one movie, right? But the point is, he wasn't even trying to impress the architect. He was just trying to do the right thing, which was, let's destroy this evil. Let me build myself up, right? That's what we're supposed to be on. Destroying the evil, not trying to accept the evil, not trying to be accepted by the evil, and building ourselves up in the spirit. And asking the Most High to be the co-signer for our good. The surety, right? For our good. Yeah, I vouch for her. That's a good sister. Yeah, I vouch for him. That's a good brother. Because you know what the devil is doing?
Tearing down.
He says that he's the accuser. Right? He's constantly accusing you. Well, yeah, you might be vouching, but look what he over here doing. Look at that. Look at what he's thinking. Look at the little idle words that he's look. You vouching for him, but he don't even want to read. He don't even want to get in the Bible. He don't even want to vouch for you in his life. She don't even want to vouch for you. Christ said it. If you're ashamed of me, I'll be ashamed of you in front of my Father.
That's correct.
Right? You ashamed, but the Most High is not ashamed of us. Even in all our negative, the Most High said, what? I'll make your sins, though they be as scarlet, I'll make them white as snow.
Cast him behind my back.
Yeah. He's willing to do that for us, but are you willing to make the proper steps and moves to sever yourself mentally from the constraints of this world? Because it's mentally. Physically, we got to be here. But mentally, we could be on vacation. Right? You ever see physically you're here, but mentally you're on the beach? Yeah. Physically we're here, but mentally I'm in the spirit with the Most High in Christ. I'm in the book, I'm in the word, I'm in the prophecies, I'm meditating. So that the Most High can vouch for me. For my good, for good. Read on where you at, and then we'll jump back.
I have chosen you.
I have what?
I have chosen you.
Come on.
Out of the world. Therefore, the world hated you.
See that? It's a jealousy thing. It's a jealousy thing. The world hates you because you've been chosen.
Yep.
That's really what you got to boil it down to. Why I didn't get picked? You know what? I'm going to go start my own team. You didn't pick me, I'm going to start my own team. Right? I'm going to be motivated by that jealousy. Was that it?
Unless you want that 1 John 2:16.
Go back to that 1 John. Yep, I want that too.
1 John chapter 2 and verse 16.
Right?
For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eye,
right,
and the pride of life.
Right. So they want you to be on that type of time. Pride, lust, giving in, no fight, no dedication. Right? This life is a fight, regardless. Regardless, it's a fight. It's a fight to keep your integrity. It's a fight to fight the things that are in you. You got to fight that. You got to wake up every day and say, okay, man, I got to fight.
Hold that standard.
It's a fight to keep the standard because something is always trying to lower your standard or bring you out of that mind. So that's a fight, right? There's a fight within a fight. And then you got to fight that fight. And then we got to fight some more. You got to fight to unify. You got to fight to get people on the same page. You got to fight to stand it like, yo, at this point, we supposed to be like pink belts. I don't know. Because everything is a fight. Ain't nothing just given to us.
Every inch.
You got to fight for every inch in this life. The world don't have to fight. Because they can just, it's not fair, the rules that they can play by. They have no rules. They can just do whatever they want. But you got rules and standards that you got to follow. So your fight is not even the same type of, you can't fight the same way. It says the weapons of our warfare are what? Yeah, the world's weapons are what? So guess what? Don't they got the advantage?
Yep.
No, they don't.
I mean,
don't
Yeah,
really.
no, they don't.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Like,
No, they don't. They don't have the advantage. It's just that their weapons are more accessible,
right.
and you have to tap into your weapons in a different way.
Yeah.
They're accessible also, but you got to be in the spirit to tap into your weapons. The carnal way to fix things is right there, ready.
Yeah, it's like a quick fix, if anything. It's a very, you get it fast, but it doesn't last. It'll degrade whatever they're trying to build.
But that's the point. Before the not lasting part, because you don't see that part. You just see, oh, that's the fix, and you get caught up in that. And then it didn't last. That hits you later. That's the trick.
Yeah.
That's the booby prize.
Yeah.
So the world's rules ain't fair towards us.
When my enemies come past me, I give myself up to prayer. So you got your enemies all around you. You got to get down and get prayed.
Yeah, but watch this. Who does that? Whose mind snaps to it just that quick, where it's easier to yell at them? Right. See? See? The chips is stacked.
Yep.
Yep.
But what's more powerful, the prayer or the yelling?
Prayer.
Right. That's the difference. One holds more weight. One is more readily available. It's easy to yell, scream, get out of character. It's easy to match that energy, right? Because we're used to doing those certain things, but that's the fight. Is pausing, recognizing the situation, and saying, "Wait a minute, okay, I see what this is." And look, first hand raised, got to get better at it. First hand raised, got to get better at it. First hand raised, I will not act like, right? Got to get better at it. Got to get better at recognizing situations, seeing what's going on in the spirit, and then attacking it in the spirit, and not letting the flesh, the emotion, the frustration, just the buildup of things overtake that moment. Because then you just be a walking bag of emotion.
Right.
And these situations don't hit you when you're already strong and you're praying. They hit you when you're weak, and you dial back a little bit or whatever your situation you're dealing with. If you're tired throughout the day, if you worked all day long, that's when the situation hits you. You know, when you're strong, it doesn't hit you. When you're able to moving around, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Michael Smith. Okay, Michael Smith, echo chamber question mark. Private live stream question mark. Can anyone ask 1 Peter 3:15 salvation question? Yes, no, thanks. No, it's not an echo chamber. No, it's not a private live stream, it's public. That's how you were able to access it. It's on a public platform. Anyone can tune in. Can anyone ask 1 Peter 3:15? You can ask questions, but we're just not in the question portion of the class right now. Right? Right now, and we just gotta title it. Right now we're going over Psalms. We do our Sabbath reading every Shabbat. So we're just reading in Psalms right now. So if you want to hang out for the reading, which is fine, you're welcome. And then we could get to whatever question you have after we're completed our reading portions. All right, so the scriptures say do all things decently and in order. So that's what we're trying to do. Just do things decently and in order. But we can definitely get your questions, not a problem. Not a problem, but right now we're just in our reading. reading portion. So let's get back to that Psalms real quick. Okay, yeah, no problem. No problem.
Psalms 119, verse 122. Be surety for thy servant for good.
Right.
Let not the proud oppress me.
Right.
Mine eyes fail for thy salvation, and for the word of thy righteousness. Deal with thy servant according unto thy mercy. And teach me thy statutes. I am thy servant. Give me understanding, that I may know thy testimonies.
Right. I am thy servant. Give me understanding. Go ahead.
It is time for thee, Lord, to work. For they have made void thy law.
Right. And so obviously the making void of the law, who is he speaking of?
I would say, is he talking about the priest?
Well, he's just talking about the people, the Israelites in general. We the ones that had the law. So, right? So he's talking about Israelites in general. They voided the law through what? Disobedience, through like it says, mingled amongst the heathen and learn their works and learn their ways. Right? Go to Habakkuk 1, and you can read verse 4. Put it in my notes, man. Chief.
I got it.
Oh, you got it. You got the read. You got the read. I got the read. Habakkuk 1 and verse 3. Read that.
Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 3. Why doest thou shew me iniquity, and cause me to behold grievance? For spoiling and violence are before me, and there are that raise up strife and contention.
Come on.
Therefore the law is slack.
Right. So because of grievance, strife, and contention, the law is slack, meaning that no one's keeping it. We've slacked off it. We've drawn back. Go ahead.
And judgment doeth never go forth.
Go ahead.
For the wicked doeth compass about the righteous.
And what is their job? What is their mindset? Well, ultimately, it's just to make everyone under the same umbrella. It's like when you go into the Maccabees, and Antiochus said, "Look, we're gonna have one law. We're gonna have one law for the land, which was what the king, whatever the king wanted. You know, this Israelite stuff, this Jew stuff, that gotta stop. This circumcision, we ain't doing that, right? This not eating pork and these diets, we're not doing that. Everyone's gonna be under the same mind. It's even now. What are they trying to bring you under? They're trying to bring you under one law. They want everybody under one rule, right? That's why when you go like into Christianity and religions, at the core of these religions is all the same. And then as you go and you branch over to here to Baptist, and you branch over here to Pentecostal, and you branch over here to Gnostics and Catholicism, right? When you look, you're like, oh, you guys all believe the same thing at your core. You might have little variations, and you might have borrowed some things from this ideology, and you borrowed that God, and you borrowed that belief. But at your core, you believe the same thing. Because that's what it's about. At the core, how do we get everybody to be in the same mind? And then give them the little things that they want. Well, I don't like Hinduism because, I ain't really rocking with Shiva. But I like Buddha. Oh, well, just give them Buddha. Give them a gold fat man. Right? It's all the same. It's all the same, right? Or I don't like this over this, but well, give them Rastafarianism. It's still part of the Bible. It's still, we get to use the Bible, but in our own crazy way, right? it's at its core, they're all the same.
I was dealing with one of my brothers at the job,
Mm-hmm.
and he's the one that his girlfriend goes to AOG, Israelite of God. That's the name of the group, Israelite of God, that she goes to. But this guy's a Baptist.
Is it Israel of God?
Israel of God. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And I got on the phone with him. He's a broker
Mm-hmm.
that I've been trying to get in contact with doing a business for the trucking business.
Mm-hmm.
And he was asking me questions about Hebrewism, Israelites. And the whole thing, I had to turn it on him. I said, well, here's the difference between us and you. I said, what does a Baptist, what kind of standard do y'all live by?
This brother's mean.
And he said, well, he was a good guy. He was straight up, because his girlfriend,
I'm saying you're mean. Okay.
his girlfriend wears dresses. He said, everywhere she goes, she wears dresses. And I said, that's showing you honor. That's not her. She's showing you honor because she's with you, you're her head.
You make sure that's charged.
And that was the thing I was just telling him. And but I told him, I said, what standard do y'all live by being a Baptist? And he said, you know what, we have no standard. And I said, we have to live by rules. I said, y'all don't. That was the thing I just wanted to bring out. But that was an interesting conversation, and that's what he was telling me, that they have no rules that they live by, that they eat whatever they want, and go to church whatever they want to wear. He goes, man, I just went to church with shorts and a t-shirt. And he said, they tell us to come as we are, so that's what I do.
Right, come as you are.
Yeah.
Guess what? We all say come as you are. But then the Bible says, put off the old man and put on the new. That's renewed in the knowledge of Christ. Right. And that's the difference where, even though you come in without a standard, you're gonna have to develop one as an Israelite, as a believer, a Bible believer. God is a spirit. Those that worship must worship in spirit and in truth. You gotta develop a standard. And that's the difference. That's the difference between religion, church, Christianity, and actually believing in the Bible. Right? Read Habakkuk. Read it.
Habakkuk chapter 1 verse 4, last precept.
Right?
Therefore, wrong judgment proceeded.
Therefore what?
Wrong judgment proceeded.
Go ahead.
Behold.
See that? So they can pass you to judge wrongfully on your behalf. That's what precedes. You gotta think about that. You gotta think about the world there's only one of two things that can happen with the folks in the world. They convert you or you convert them. You follow their example or they follow yours. I mean, right?
Yep.
That's it. That's it. Somebody gotta follow somebody. It's the battle of the wills, and I know a lot of y'all don't get it. Like, oh, we're just kicking it, hanging out. Somebody's conforming to somebody. Somebody's picking up somebody's habits, right?
That's what the devil changes you.
Yeah, that's the point. He gets you to dance the way he wants you to dance. But that's the thing. A lot of us don't realize that that's what it is. It's a seduction. It's a slow dance. We look at everything so we look at everything so non-spiritual when everything is all spiritual. It's all spiritual. But we don't look at the spirit behind a lot of the people that we deal with, or just the situations in general. There's a spirit behind everything. And somebody's conforming to somebody. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Right? Doesn't it say that the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth him? I mean, right? But you gotta know that. What's up?
So, does that go into the whole feast of unleavened bread and getting rid of that leaven? Is like getting rid of those people like separating ourselves from those type of people. Like why we left Egypt, and then even though we left Egypt, when we got into the land, we brought that leaven back into us with the other nations, and then us kind of like you say, you become a product of your environment because you leave those type of people around you. They start seducing you into doing what they were doing.
I'm gonna read this real quick. It's this simple right here. Psalms 1:1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor sitteth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. We go here all the time to show brothers and sisters what destroys the blessing that the Most High be having for you. It's partly who you set yourself around, right? It's partly the type of people that you have around you, where their minds are not necessarily for your well-being or for your good. And so it's hard for you to get anything around those type of people. Because if you do get it, what are they looking to do? Take it, destroy it, block it. Why you get that and I didn't get that? Like, now you got to fight for the blessing at the moment. Come on. Now you got to justify your blessings.
Yeah, you got envy, jealousy.
Yeah, why do I got to justify what the Most High has given me in someone else's eyes?
Mm-hmm.
Right? If a brother gets something, my first instinct ain't why I ain't get that. Most High don't. Nah, my first instinct run it out. Right? If you got a rib tomorrow, let me just use you as an example because you asked. If you met a woman and it turned out to be a wife and in a time you did your steps and it all worked out, right? I wouldn't sit back and be like, why did the Most High give me a second rib? Why did he bless that brother? That's crazy. That's crazy. Most High blessed him and he didn't give me a third rib. Man. What the hell?
Yeah.
But that's how they be.
But yo, that's how some cats be. Cats with the Bible and cats without the Bible be like that. Why he get this and that and I don't get that? Well, you getting stuff too. You just getting what you need and he's getting what he needs.
That is correct.
But see, it's mentality and outlook, and you got to know who to set yourself around. So yes, going back to your question, there's a constant, that's why there has to be constant evaluation of where you are and who you're with and what type of people, because you'll get caught up in the day-to-day, month-to-month, year-to-year, and if you're not evaluating, you'll end up around a certain mind and you'll be sitting there wondering, why am I stagnant? Why am I stuck? Why am I not moving, how the Spirit says, quickening, alive, growth? Well, it's who's around some of the time. So yeah, there has to be a purging out. Remember, he said malice and contention. That's what he likened the leaven to. People bring malice and contention. They bring that to us. And then you can either adopt that into your spirit and be that, or you can block it and cast it out. So yes, to answer your question.
I got one. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners. Now this scripture in the Good News Translation is, do not be fooled. Bad companions ruin good character. So you surround yourself with bad people, you're gonna be bad. You kind of have to have the mind that the 5 people who I surround myself around, I'm the common denominator of them all. So wherever good characteristics they have, I have. Because you wouldn't be around somebody who doesn't align with you in some way. And then wherever bad characteristics they have, I gotta look and see, do I have this characteristic myself?
And then it also comes back and says, no good can come to him that is always occupied in evil. So what is that person occupied in? And if good can't come to them and I'm near them, a man shall cleave to his like. See, so there's a way to look at it, right? But I mean, we could say it, but everybody got to kind of step back. Forget about what I'm saying. Watch this. Watch this. Forget about what the Bible's saying. Look at your own life and evaluate who brings you anxiety and who don't. Evaluate it. Sit back and say, damn, I don't like dealing with this person because there's like, just do it. And then you'll kind of understand where you're at with that person. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Eliminate all the things that you think is trying to hold you back and just look at the actual situations. Dealing with those people, with certain people in your life or whatever. Or with certain families, certain friends, whatever. Right? Forget about what the scriptures say. They gonna take that one. He gonna turn that into a short.
Yeah. You see, the Hebrew Israelites.
Yep. That brother said, forget about the Bible.
I tried to stop him. He was like, what?
No, I'm saying that because some brothers and sisters be actually trying to blame the Bible for their situation. It's like, nah, remove the Bible, remove man's words, and look at the actual situations for what they are. The Bible didn't bring the contention. The Bible is showing you that it is contention. Like Paul said, I didn't know sin but by the law.
Yes.
You didn't know that there was contention until the Bible pointed it out. So the Bible ain't the blame. That's the point. So remove the Bible once again and then now evaluate. And you'll see that, wait, okay, maybe if I took a step back from that person or from that situation, or maybe if I wasn't so invested into what they got going on and invested more into the Most High, he would alleviate me from certain constraints with certain people. This is what's being articulated here in the Psalms. What is he saying? Watch this. I have done judgment. Lead me not to the oppressor. Be a surety for me. Deal with thy servant according to the mercy. Teach me statutes. Right? They're destroying and not keeping the law, but I am. Help me out. That's what we read so far. This is a person saying, look, I'm trying to hold a standard, and certain people around me are not. Guide me, first of all, away from them, and guide me towards you. It's really that simple. You had your hand up, Gabar?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Read verse 5, or read on.
Verse 5. Behold, ye among the heathen,
Right.
and regard and wonder marvelously.
Come on.
For I will work a work in your day,
Come on.
which ye will not believe,
Right.
though it be told you.
Right, and that's why when you go back to Psalms 126, Psalms 119 and 126, read that real quick.
Psalms 119, verse 126. It is time for thee, Lord, to work.
See that? He said, it's time for you, but like, Lord, work. Do something. Show these people, right? But then he comes back and says, I'm going to work a work. I am going to work. I'm going to do things. I'm going to make certain things happen. And I mean, if you know, you know. Blessed are your eyes because they see. Right? We can see the work of the Most High unfolding day in and day out before our eyes. Right? We can see the prophecies unfold. We can see, I believe that every single thing that happens in this world, it all has something to do with something that goes right back to what the Most High is doing. Whether it be 6 women shooting up into space, acting like they doing something, that got something to do with something. Right? They shooting up to space in a damn crazy. In a damn rocket, right? So-called, or just whatever it is, down to the Carmelo Anthony kid stabbing the hell out of a white boy, and look at how that situation is going. Look at how that's unfolding. You know, everything has something to do with everything. Everything is, the Most High is doing everything for a reason to show us, I'm with you, but I could easily just be against you. Hold your integrity. Do the things that you need to do to be saved, and I got you. And everybody else, we'll calculate them later. We'll deal with that later, but the Most High is dealing with everybody. That's the key. Go to Isaiah 42 and 13. So he said, I'm going to work, right? Isaiah 42, 13. Read.
Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 13.
Read.
The Lord shall go forward as a mighty man.
Uh-huh.
He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war.
Like a what?
Like a man of war.
Yeah, he gonna stir things up like a man of war. Jealousy, right? Go ahead.
He shall cry.
He shall what?
He shall cry.
Come on.
Yea, roar. He shall prevail against his enemies.
Come on.
I have long time holding my peace.
See that? He said, I have a long time holding my peace. Look, the Most High has been allowing these nations to move about as they like. It's not like some diplomatic immunity, because we see there's a reason why a typhoon gets shot into Japan and knocks over a nuclear station. There's a reason why a tsunami hits the Philippines or hits this place, or why all of Germany gets flooded out. Like, there's a reason why the Most High is doing these things, because he's not letting them just go with impunity, right? But for the most part, they have the preeminence above us still. But all that the Most High is doing, they haven't been totally destroyed, as we can see, right? Because we're still under that thumb. Go ahead.
I have been still and refrained myself.
See that? I've been still. I'm just letting y'all do what y'all do. I've refrained myself. Come on.
Now will I cry like a traveling woman.
Like a travailing woman.
Like a travailing woman.
Right. When them contractions hit and that lady and that woman scream out, that's undeniable. Those are birth pains. Right? And that's how these end times are coming about, like a woman in travail, like the scriptures say. Right? 1 minute is turned up, wars. Ukraine is getting bombed, and Hamas is going in on Israel. And then guess what? When's the last time you heard anything about Israel and Hamas? Because guess what? We're not in the contraction stages. You got contractions, and you got what? You got contractions. When a woman is giving birth, you got contractions. Huh?
Yeah, Braxton Hicks.
No, not Braxton Hicks. You know when a woman is going into labor and her contractions are 5 minutes apart?
Oh, okay.
Is there a time in between? What do they call the time in between that she's not in contractions?
It's a resting period.
Oh, resting period. Okay, so then there it is. We in downtime. We in catch your breath.
Breathing
Right?
time,
Breathe.
right?
Yeah, we in breathe. Get you some water.
Get some rest.
Get some rest. Right. Recover real quick. But guess what? Every time them contractions come, don't they hit harder? Yeah. So you can rest up all day, but when that next contraction hit, right, it's gonna hit harder. And then it's gonna hit hard. Like, look at the stock market. Oh man. Cats is jumping off of buildings when Trump put them tariffs in. Oh, that stock market. And then guess what? Oh, I'm gonna ease up on the tariffs. And that stock market said, boing. So if you was in a cell and that happened, account blown, gone. I know a brother. I know a brother that was in a cell, and that thing reversed into a buy, and his account got ate up.
I know a brother too.
I know a brother. Right? So there's a constant up and down. It's a roller coaster that the Most High is bringing this end to. Right? It hasn't. It's not a complete stop yet. It's a right. and each drop is just when you're on that roller coaster and that thing drop and your stomach is in your mouth. Yeah, and each time it does that, it's worse and worse. Right? Wait till you start to really see the hit on these tariffs. When you go try to go buy a washing machine, or you go try to buy a vehicle, or you try to go buy this or that, and you like, wait, why is it an extra $5,000? Why is it an extra 500,000? Why is it so expensive? That hasn't even hit yet. You got people panic buying.
Yes.
They're tariff buying, I call it. I gotta go get a car now. I don't need no car, but I'm gonna go cop. Because they talk about $5,000 to $15,000 added on to the price of a car. So you're not gonna be able to find used cars. Good luck. Because everyone's buying up the used cars because they're not part of the tariff. But those new cars, and then what's that gonna do? You already got cars sitting on the lot. Dodge can't sell a damn thing. Stellantis can't sell anything. You got Dodge Rams for 2024 sitting on the lot.
Yep.
We in 2026 season.
Yep.
So what's that's gonna do when the prices is up 15 grand? That's gonna cause another situation here, right? People laid off, and then they talk about recession. Like, wait till those things hit, and how people are gonna act. Then that's gonna die down. Then that's gonna ease up. Then it's gonna be the next thing. And then what's the next pandemic? And it's just gonna get worse and worse. Go ahead.
I will destroy and devour.
Oh,
at
that
once.
was up. Oh, what's that? Sis? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
It's okay. Talking about the tariffs, right before I went on vacation when it happened.
Oh, 'cause you work for the thing.
In transportation,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of people who are like losing it because they don't know what they're gonna do. It's a lot of them trying to find ways to get, shipments in, but that's where it's delayed. And we have like a lot of customers cancel shipments because they didn't want to pay that tariff. Because we had to charge it. So that too is,
Yeah.
usually, don't be shocked if it's like, okay, we can't get no shipments in, right? Because everything's imported. So.
Yeah. We import so much. Don't be when you hit that grocery aisle, when you hit that Walmart, and the Walmart shelves is looking naked. Don't be shocked. Marvel not, right? And then everybody again is panic buying, right? And then a lot of companies are going to be forced to pass on the cost. You know what? We'll take the tariff, but then guess what? The product is going to go up to where it's not even going to be affordable. That's going to have a ripple effect. They call it a whiplash effect. That's going to have an effect on people. That's going to have an effect on the economy. But remember, again, if we're not caught up in what they're caught up in, we fine, man. Right? If our minds is stable to understand that this is part of the salvation, this has to happen for a reason. To weed out. That's why I don't necessarily feel bad about hard times. Because it shows you who is who and what is what. When it's all good, everybody's up. Yay!
We're friends. We're best of friends.
But let a little bit of a hard time hit, and you're gonna see who's who. It's gonna prove that man or that woman. So I don't shy away from a hard time or from a struggle. I don't shy away from it because I know what it does. It's a tool that the Most High uses to show you that brother or sister was not born for adversity. They weren't there for the best interests of the group. That when times get hard, they got going. So I'm fine. I'm fine with a hard time. Because this is gonna prove who's around us. Right? Go ahead.
I will destroy and devour at once.
Come on.
I will make waste mountains and hills.
Right.
And dry up all their herbs. And I will make the rivers islands. And I will dry up the pools. And I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not. I will lead them in paths that they have known not. I will make darkness light before them.
Right, so what is he showing? That it's going to be a destruction, and within that destruction is going to be a salvation for the ones that need it, right? The blind is going to be able to see. I'm going to make the dark paths light. Come on.
And crooked things straight.
Mm-hmm.
These things will I do unto them, and not forsake them.
And not forsake them, right? So in the psalm, he's saying, look, it is time for thee, Lord, to work. Most High said he's going to do it. See, the problem is we want it done right away. Like, do it now. No. Surely the Lord will do nothing, but he revealeth his secrets unto his saints, unto his prophets. Right? Our job is to study and understand that things are being done and greater things will be done. But your job is not to hasten the works of the Most High. Right? We try to hasten the works of the Most High, and like we read in Ezra, he said you can't hasten above the Maker. You just got to be patient. And really, that hastening is Rob's hilarious. And really, that hastening is because you don't want to deal with the lesson. You don't want to deal with the hard times. You don't want it all to be good. You just, I gotta avoid the thing that's gonna strengthen you. Like, think about it. If you could snap your fingers right now, brothers, if you could snap, what brother in here would not snap their finger? If you could snap your finger right now, 6-pack abs, chesticles, 22-inch guns, shoulders, a back, right? Not like crazy Hulk status, but go back. You know what I'm saying? That calisthenic body. If you could just snap your fingers, you wouldn't get that. Don't cap.
Right.
All of us will snap our fingers and get rid of the beer gut. Yeah, bro. If I can snap my fingers right now and have a 6-pack, come on, bro.
I'm ready to work for it, dog.
And guns? Come on, bro. I mean,
Tapping that arrow.
when you go to the poetry night and it's like this, I'd be snapping. Come on, man. Right? Let's be real. You snap your fingers and your hair grow back. You're like, oh, hell yeah. All the gray is gone. The point is, if you can snap, you do it. Right? Because, or the point is, snap your fingers and get it, or walk into the gym and have to work on it for a year, 2 years, 3 years to get it. Well, you snapping your fingers. That's why you don't go to the gym, because you're like, this is going to take too long.
This is going to be a process.
This is going to be a process, and I don't want to go through the process. I don't want to go through the pain. I don't want to go through the soreness. I don't want to go through the waiting game. I just want it now. Right? And that's the point. You don't want to go through the ups and downs, but we do want results. But everything is not a snap your finger. Truthfully, nothing is a snap your finger and get it. Right? Nothing you can snap your finger and just get it.
All the people that try to lose weight, they take these pills, they take Ozempic.
Yeah, you hitting the Ozempic and you losing half your bowel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ask them. They lose half. Like, a lot of them people got to go get bowel reduction surgery because the Ozempic is destroying part of their bowel.
Yep.
So they got to go get that cut out. They're getting like ulcers in their bowel.
Yep.
Yeah, it destroys the bowel. That's the side effect. But some people is like, so the bowel is how long again? How much y'all gonna take? Well, it's a couple of feet. I can spare a couple of feet to lose a couple pounds.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how some people is reckoning. That's how they're justifying it and rationalizing it. Like, how long is the intestinal tract? 3 miles. Oh, I can give up half.
I'm good on a little bit.
3 miles.
Yeah.
100 pounds.
That's why
Which one you gonna like?
They look so sick.
Yes.
Hey, the less intestines you got, the less you
less
digest.
fat.
The less faster you
There's a reason why
digest.
you got that long of an intestine.
Yeah.
That's part of how it's part of how your body processes food and allows you to not be sick every time you eat something.
That is correct.
It takes that amount of time to go through that track so your body can process it the right way. Everything that the Most High put inside your body is for a reason. You start retracting bowels and cutting this out and stapling your stomach to
to your stomach is the size of your fist, but you staple it to the size of a quarter, just so you can. I mean, that's crazy. Just go work out.
Just go work out.
Just make healthier choices. Take the time. That's the point. But it's the same thing with. We gotta, the Most High gotta do His works now and get us out of this now. Like He is doing His work. It's just that His work is a work where you have to be patient and you have to be able to have your eyesight aligned to see it, right? And we know who doesn't see it. It's the scoffer. It says from the when the fathers rested, things have been the same, and we know since nothing has been the same since Adam. All right, nothing has been the same since Adam. It's been a roller coaster ride. Nothing has been the same since Noah. Nothing has been the same since Abraham. Nothing ain't been the same since David. Nothing ain't been the same since Christ. Right? Things are ever evolving and changing or digressing.
That's true.
But it's all the works of the Most High. And we have to be patient. That's the killer part, is patience. You got to know, I think I said this last class that we had. You got to know that you're doing what you're doing and you ain't going to see the ultimate goal of it. You're going to die in faith.
The promise is far off.
You're going to see the promises afar off and die not receiving them, like a Abraham, like a Sarah,
That's what it is.
like a Jacob, like a Moses. You gotta be able to reconcile that within you and understand what the hell you're doing. You got your hand.
Wasn't it said that like 1,000 years or something was like one day to the Most High?
It does say that. So that in Peter's.
Yeah.
And that's the point. That's the point. We try to hasten the time, and the Most High, the point is, we're trying to do things on our time. The Most High does things on His time. His timing is what matters. His timing is what counts. Because when we get things on our time, we take it for granted.
Yep.
And we don't relish the moment to cherish. We don't cherish the moment. We don't take the time to really look and see what the Most High is doing, right? Because we just want the next thing. It's patience, right? My favorite scripture, one of them that I always go to, is Hebrews 10:35 and 36, for you have need of patience. And after you've done the will of the Lord, you might receive the blessing, right? We want to get the blessing all because we opened the Bible. You might have to do the will of the Lord your whole life before you see any real blessing. And you gotta be good with that. I'm good with that. I'm good with the life that I live. I'm straight. I don't have to live a different life to prove a point, right? I don't have to have an abundance of things to prove that the Most High is with me. I don't need that, right? I'm content. I'm content with life. At the same time, always looking to see where can we grow? Where can we abound to the next thing to keep moving forward? Where can we position ourselves, not for ourselves as the immediate men here, but then we have a whole nother generation coming up underneath us. How do we position for that generation? Because they're going to be here. They're going to be here fighting and doing the same thing. That's what I believe. I don't believe Christ is coming in Donald Trump's time. I just don't. I don't see that happening. Some people do, but I don't see that happening. I feel like we got many more years to go through this because our people are stubborn as hell. There's many things that we have to go through as a people, as Israelites, before that salvation happens. And I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But Trump ain't ending it. Sorry. Just ain't. What?
Ecclesiastes chapter 51, verse 30. Work your work for times, and in His time, He will give you your reward.
Yeah. One man plant, one man water. The Most High give the increase. That's in all things. Plant, water, the Most High is the one that grows that thing up or brings that thing to pass. We got to be content with that. Where were you at? What was that scripture you read?
Ecclesiastes chapter 51, verse 30.
Right. And then I quoted 1 Corinthians I quoted 1 Corinthians chapter.
15, 33.
Why I said one man plant, one man water. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, and 6 and 7. Yeah. Yep. So, where are we at? Did you finish? What verse did you finish?
Verse 16.
Let's see. Let's make sure. Isaiah, right? Isaiah what?
42.
Isaiah 42. Right, okay. Go back to Psalms.
Psalms 119, verse 127. Or 126. It is time for thee, Lord, to work, for they have made void thy law.
Right, they void the law. It should be open. The biggest part with it.
Therefore, I love thy commandments above gold,
right?
Yea, above fine gold. Therefore I esteem all thy precepts concerning all things to be right.
Right, go to Proverbs 3:13.
Proverbs.
Think about it. They void the law. Right? Well, we know in this day and age, how is the law voided? How is the law voided in this day and age? One, it's in Romans. It's in Romans. Who got it? How do we void the law? How is the law made void in this day and age? We got the New Testament in Christ. It's Romans chapter 3 and verse 31. Read it.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse
Romans chapter 3,
Romans
verse
chapter
31.
3, verse 31.
Read it.
Do we then make void the law through faith?
And that's how the law, that's how Christianity voids the law. That's how church tells you the law is what?
Verse 28.
Oh, we can read verse 28. Read up. Read verse 28.
Verse 28. Therefore we conclude that a man is justified by faith,
right,
without the deeds of the law.
Right.
That's how Christianity.
That's how Christianity concludes it. That everything is voided out. The law is voided by faith. Go ahead.
Is he the God of the Jews?
Is he what?
Is he the God of the Jews only?
Come on.
Is he not also of the Gentiles?
Right.
Yes, of the Gentiles also.
Come on.
Seeing it is one God, which shall justify the circumcision by faith and uncircumcision through faith. Do we then make void the law through faith?
Right. Do we what?
Do we then make void the law through faith?
Right. Do we then make void the law through faith? So we know that in this day and age, the church, Christianity, religion tells us, you don't need the law. It's voided out. Christ, he nailed the law to the cross. So then I would have to ask, I would then have to ask, we no longer have to honor our mother and father? That's done away with? Honoring your mother and father is done away with?
That's nailed to the cross.
He nailed that to the cross, brother, so we just get to just dishonor our parents? See how simple it is? I don't gotta go to no other, I don't gotta go to no, sodomy, I don't gotta go to any of that. I can just say, well, honor thy mother and thy father. It's one of the 10 Commandments. So that's void now? Nah, brother, which one is it?
That's Christ.
Which one is it? Well, which one is it? And that's the point. That's how simple it is, and that's how idiotic it is to say, well, the law is done away with. Because then you would say that we can grudge with each other, we can fight with each other, we can dishonor our mother, our fathers.
Steal from each other.
We can steal from each other now.
Lie on you.
I can lie, right? I can commit adultery. Wait, so now I can commit adultery? And believe it or not, to uphold a certain belief in doctrine, some people would say, yeah, adultery is permissible. Man, that's what Christ didn't die for you to be an adulterer. Christ didn't die for you to sin. He died that if you did sin, you wouldn't have to die. That you could have grace and mercy. It's really as simple as that. He didn't die for you to continue in your sin. That's crazy. You read that in the book of Hebrews, right? So the law is made void in this day and age because we just, not we, but we're taught that it's about faith. I got faith. Well, read it again. Read Romans 3:31 once again.
Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then make void the law through faith?
So it's a question. Do we void the law because we have to have faith? Read.
God forbid.
God forbid. Read.
Yea, we establish the law.
Yeah, through our faith, we establish the law. Right? And then we know the law is voided in another way because the lack of judgment. He said it. He said it. What you got? I mean, if you got something, call it. But you know, we read through this whole Psalms 119, like Psalms 119 and 106. I have sworn and I will perform it, that I will keep thy righteous judgments. Remember, it's not just laws, statutes, and commandments, but it's also the judgments. You need that judgment piece. How do you judge a matter? How do you judge a matter of adultery? How do you judge a matter of stealing? How do you judge a matter of, marriage? How are those things judged? How are those things, how do you conclude those situations, right? Grudging and all these different things. There's a judgment part that's there so that things can be resolved.
Judgment is a penalty for breaking those laws.
And it's not always just a penalty. It's just a conclusion, because it's not always about breaking the law. What's the judgment if a man have 2 wives and he got kids with both those wives? What's the judgment? What do you mean? What's the judgment if a man has 2 wives, he has children with both those women, one be loved, one be hated? What's the judgment?
The one that's hated, the son's born first, he still gets the inheritance.
Okay, so that's not a penalty. I wouldn't look at that as a penalty. I would look at that as that's righteous judgment. That's a way to keep things equitable, where one person doesn't come above another in a situation, right? Yeah, so it's not always a breaking of the law in a negative sense, because that's not what it always is.
Also, it's equality.
It's about how to bring about equity, how to make things equitable amongst us, right? How to keep inheritances in the right place. That's what it's about. So you need those judgments. So it's not always a eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Rah! Right? The judgments are not always that. Right? But that's part of it. Right? We know that in the Old Testament, we know that the judgments, there were times when blood had to be shed. Right? We know that now, grace, mercy, forgiveness, and even in the Old Testament, there was grace, mercy, and forgiveness. But we're not putting anybody to death. We're not stoning anybody, right? In those matters that are punishable by death, we're not doing that. So, read Proverbs 3:13. Oh, you have something?
I have something just on the moving along.
Yeah, what you got?
Romans chapter 10, verse 3. For they, being ignorant of God's righteousness, and going about to establish their own righteousness, have not submitted themselves unto the righteousness of God. So, because they want to do what they want to do, they're going to try to find a way to do it. So you tell them to follow the law and follow the commandments of God because they want to have their will supersede God. They're not going to follow God's laws. They're not going to follow God's will. They're going to tell you that following God's laws is against God. But that's another way that they void the law. They make it so that their own law, their personal law, supersedes the law of the Spirit, the law of the Most High, the Mosaic law.
Yep. Because that righteousness is the law. That's what it's talking about. They go about to establish their own law, which is lawlessness, right?
Yep.
The law of lawlessness, the law of no accountability, the law of do as thou wilt.
Yep.
Live, get it how you live. That's the law of the, or the law of the land. Well, what's the law of the land? Anything, anything goes.
Anything and everything.
Wild Wild West. Right? Read Proverbs.
It's Proverbs chapter 3, verse 13.
So read Psalms 119, 127, and then Proverbs, so that way everybody knows where we at.
Psalms 119, verse 127.
Right?
Therefore, I love thy commandments above gold, yea, above fine gold.
Right? You know? Yeah, go ahead.
Therefore, I esteem all thy precepts concerning all things to be right, and I hate every false way.
Read Proverbs 3:13.
It's Proverbs chapter 3, verse 13. Happy is the man that findeth wisdom.
Happy is what?
The man that findeth wisdom.
A bank account?
That findeth wisdom.
Lottery ticket.
That findeth wisdom.
Pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That findeth wisdom.
Come on, read.
And the man that getteth understanding.
See, we think that money is the happiness. We think that riches is what's gonna make you happy. Yo, all you gotta do is look at your local celebrity crash out.
Yep.
Like, you ever ask yourself, like, how a cat got so much money he crashing out? The Justin Biebers,
Yep.
right? The Diddy's, the I mean, damn, all of them. All of them. You go on World Star if you subscribe to, or whatever little outlet, and you just watch like a Kodak Black losing his damn mind,
Sitting on the street,
looking crazy, high as hell. And then what people do is they take advantage.
Yep.
They take advantage of that. Oh, let's get him up on the podcast. We're gonna get our views up because he acting crazy. He looking crazy. He got money though. He got money, right? Look at all the celebrities that went broke because they couldn't manage the money because they had no wisdom, right? Look at all these basketball players. They city to city, knocking down these women, getting them pregnant. I ain't trying to deal with, who is it, Anthony Edwards?
He like paid off child support to.
He basically said, look, I got a daughter, but I ain't trying to deal with that baby at all. I'll throw bags of money at you, but I don't want to see that kid. Yeah. Yeah, but guess what? They'll prop him up. They'll make him the face of the NBA. They'll throw him all over the TV. They'll give him a sneaker. They'll do all these things, right? But think about his mentality. It's trash. It's garbage, right? Well, because I got money, I can do these things. But you know what's going to happen? As he gets older, and as he lives that life, like all celebrities do, they live that celebrity life. They blow through money. They come to a realization that it wasn't about those things. I wish I had wisdom. Like I was watching a Jim Jones. Y'all know Jim Jones, Dipset. I was watching an interview with him, and it was like he basically said off the one song, "Ballin'," because that was his like greatest hit, "Ballin'," right? Remember that? We fly, right? They said that he basically made just like with everything with that song and his albums and everything, he probably made he estimated about $30 million.
Wow.
But then when he said that, you see his whole countenance shrink. Because he was like, damn, I made 30 mil off this. And then he was like, I ain't got none of it. A couple bad investments, blowing money here, private jet over here, crib that I didn't need over here, sliding Lambos through Harlem. That's stupid as hell. Lambos and Bentleys in the hood, showing off. And now he when he looks back on it, he's like, you can see it in his face. I wish I had the mind that I had to invest the proper way and to not blow through that money. Because it's not about the money if you don't have the wisdom.
Yeah.
You can have all the riches, but guess what? If you don't know where to put it, then what's the point?
It's gonna fall through your hands.
Right. Just because you win the lotto don't make you wise. Just because you got a 9 to 5 paying you $40-50 an hour don't make you wise.
Okay.
What are you doing with that money? Right? Are you living in above your means? Are you investing? Are you putting things to the side where you can't make $40-50 an hour? Everything has a peak.
Yeah.
Everything has a rise and then everything has a fall. Right? And so as you age, you don't have the capabilities to produce at the level when you were younger. It just is what it is. So you'd have to store things up and put things to the side to make sure that as I age, as I get older, I'm able to live a certain type of way. I'm able to keep a roof over my head or whatever the case may be. I don't have to keep grinding. Why do you think a lot of people, like older people, a lot of people in their 60s and 70s, 2-3 jobs? They're trying to compete. They competing at the McDonald's job. That's what the teenagers should be working.
That is so true.
They competing for the teenage jobs because they got to be able to now subsidize the whack Social Security that's coming in. They got to subsidize the housing. The cost went up. But you work for the government. You work for this. You work for that. You didn't put away for these times because there was no wisdom there. That's why it says, blessed is the man. Read again.
Blessed or happy is the man that findeth wisdom.
Come on.
And the man that getteth understanding.
Come on.
For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver.
See that the merchandise of understanding, the merchandise of wisdom is better than silver. Go ahead.
And the gain thereof than fine gold.
And the things you can get from wisdom better than fine gold. Remember, Solomon prayed for wisdom and for a heart to lead the people and to guide the people. He didn't pray for gold and give you all the gold shields. He prayed for wisdom to be able to guide. He prayed for understanding to guide. And then the Most High gave him all those other things on the back end. Because you didn't pray for women, gold, the heads of your enemies, I'm going to give you that. Because you prayed for wisdom. With wisdom, I know where to put the money. With wisdom, I know how to guide the house. With wisdom, I know how to maintain the vehicle. Well, just give me the vehicle. Well, okay. You know how to maintain one? You know when that light comes on, what that means? When that check engine light comes on, it don't mean to drive faster. When them brakes is squealing, it don't mean drive faster. It means you got to take that boy in. Well, I thought I could just put gas in it and it's gonna last forever. No. Right? When them tires is balding, it don't mean just keep driving. But that's the thing, it's like that lack of wisdom. Listen, I remember when I got my first car, blew that engine out. Blew that engine because I didn't know how to maintain the vehicle. So I blew the engine. I'm in a 4-cylinder pickup truck driving it like it's a Porsche. That thing only went to, you know that 91 S10?
Yeah.
That thing on the dash only went to, what they had on the dash?
55?
Not mine. Because I was doing 60 and a 30.
It went to 110.
It went to 110.
Yeah.
That thing was hitting 110 every time. Every time I drove, that blue truck, it was like a speed demon. But I had to learn as I got older. First of all, when you press that pedal down like that, you open up that gas gauge, you burning through gas. You ripping the vehicle up. It's a 4-cylinder engine. It's not a 6 or an 8-cylinder. It's not a race car, right? You burning up tires. You drive so fast and then you hitting the brake, you burning up brakes, ripping through rotors. I had to learn all these things young. So now I drive like an old geezer I don't like rushing nowhere. I don't like to have to rush. Right? I hate to have to drive fast places. I'll do it, but I hate to have to do it. I like to be able to sit back and just chill.
Yep.
Because everybody else is in a crazy rush. I'm trying to see what everybody else is doing, the madness on the road, and avoid it. Oh, you know what? Let me hit my brakes and let you keep going.
That's what I do.
You go around me.
That's right.
I'm an old man now.
Yeah, welcome, my brother.
Yeah. Oh, right. This guy. Nah, you take it to another level. Though.
Welcome, my brother.
You turn a 15-minute drive into an hour.
Oh my God.
Now you know that's exaggerating.
I did not know.
What happened? You know that's exaggerating.
When we went to Abishai's, listen,
it was the
when we went to Abishai's to go get some food,
Man.
I was like, wait.
And Mo.
It said on the GPS,
And Mo.
45 minutes.
10 minutes.
He added like an extra 30. And then
I drive like an old man.
And then coming home,
Oh, man.
I was like, ain't no way we driving behind him coming home.
Should've.
I'm full of food.
I got home quick.
Nah, you didn't go before me though. Bro, you had us fall asleep behind the wheel.
Bruh.
You know what I'm saying?
All that barbecue,
Hey. Hey, you know.
all that barbecue grease had me drowsy.
I was
And then
working.
that drive, I was like, come on,
I
bro.
was working.
I had to switch around. You see me, I was like,
They stay behind me. We're gonna be safe.
Nah.
My gun.
5 minutes over the speed limit is good. You doing 5 minutes, 5 miles under.
I'm doing 10. Stop.
Under?
I was.
No.
Who was driving with
No,
me?
we gotta vet that.
You was driving with me, bro.
He ain't
He was driving
vouching
with me though.
He ain't
Nah, he was
vouching
asleep though.
Nah,
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. Because he's safe.
You get back
He's
in
safe with your boy. You gonna be safe with me.
That's
I walked
crazy.
up and we were still like 20 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead and sleep.
That man fell asleep for an hour.
Good,
Woke up,
brother.
got 20
Sleep,
minutes
bro.
left.
You know what I'm saying?
How you turn an hour drive into a 3-hour drive with no stop?
None.
Crazy work. I ain't that extreme. You know, I'm doing the speed limit or maybe a mile or two over because I don't want to get pulled over either.
I do the same
5 to 10
thing.
over.
I do the same thing.
I don't want to get pulled over, but the point is, you know, understanding just the wisdom behind how things work and how to preserve things. Right? You want your vehicle to last a little bit longer. You don't want to change brakes every 1 year. You don't want to be changing out gas pumps every other year. You don't want to be switching out tires every 5 minutes. Like
Transmissions.
yeah, you want to be ripping through transmissions, right? You got to drive a certain way. You got to have the wisdom on how to let the vehicle work for you, right? How to let your home, your house, the wife, the kid, like all that stuff takes a wisdom that you can have all those things, but if you don't know how those things work or how to make them benefit you and how you can benefit it, like a wife. A husband's supposed to be a benefit to a wife. A husband's supposed to be a benefit to the kids. Vice versa. It's not all wife benefit husband. It's supposed to complement one another, right? But if a man don't know that, then guess what? You're gonna be wife 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like you just gonna be running through these women, which is wrong, right? And then you're gonna be saying that they're the problem when it's really you, right? So there has to be a wisdom. That's why he says it. He says the merchandise and the gain thereof than fine gold, right? What verse you at? Read on. Read the verse 18.
Verse 15. She is more precious than rubies.
Right.
And all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her.
This is speaking of wisdom, right? Why? Because she gives you the ability to operate with all these things. Wisdom teaches you how to have things. That's what wisdom does. That's why she can't be comparable. She teaches you how to keep things and how to maintain things and how to gain things. It says it, right? And it says Wisdom of Solomon 8:1, right? It says she's the worker of all things. Go ahead, read on.
Length of days is in her right hand.
Money can't buy you length of days. As much as they try to show you, it's you got the one guy.
Oh,
The Edomite dude. He's like he's investing millions.
Yep.
It's on Netflix.
Yep.
And he got a YouTube thing too, but he's investing millions into his body.
Yeah.
This man is in his 40s, trying to look like a teenager.
He looks like a whole.
But he looks like a damn robot. He looks like a vampire. But then what's crazy? Like he's in the point now where he's taking his son's blood and trying to use the blood as a fountain of youth, his stem cells to regenerate. Now, I ain't gonna lie. For his age, dude look good. As far as like his body, he got a nice tone. He ain't flabby. But the things that he got to put himself through on a day-to-day is crazy. Like, he has a machine for everything.
Yes.
But he thinks because I'm gonna spend millions that's gonna keep me in longevity, right? It's not that. It's not the machines. It's not any of that. Because you can have a great body. You can test yourself. You can test your stem cells. You can make sure you got all the hair and all the muscles. But then where's your spirit at? Where's the test on that?
It's true.
What machine you got to hook your spirit up to make sure it's aligned with the Most High? So the spirit the body only goes as far as the spirit will take it. It's the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit, they are life. So you can do all the tests. Y'all gotta watch it though. Y'all gotta watch it. It's on Netflix. I forget what it's called.
I forgot his name.
He did a YouTube thing first, and then he got a Netflix series, right? But it's crazy because this dude, I'm talking about, his regimen is crazy. He don't eat certain things. Everything, he has like everything, like his vitamins.
Yes.
He's taking like a cup full of vitamins every day.
Yes.
I'm like, yo, there's no way your body.
Like multiple times in the day.
There's no way your body is processing all them vitamins. There's no way that you ain't backed up or got some type of kidney issue.
It's called Don't Die, the man who wants to live forever.
Right.
So he takes all this stuff. He don't exercise or anything like that?
He definitely
He does.
exercises. This dude sleeps in a chamber. He's hooked up to oxygen mask. He got the exercise. I mean, he's a billionaire. He's spending billions of dollars a year on his health. That's all he's invested in. He's trying to look like he's 18. And I ain't gonna lie, he do.
But he looks sick.
But he looks sick. He's
He
pale
looks
as hell.
Yes.
The nigga is pale.
Yes. He
Ain't
looks
no
sick.
pigment on him. He look like this piece of paper.
Yeah.
He don't go outside. It's crazy.
You would think he would inject himself with some melanin.
You can see that it's like you can tell that his body, everything is like everything is synthetic when it comes to what he's doing. But he does work out. He got a regimen. But he got specific face cleansers and bro, it looks crazy the way he looks. He looks like a robot. You know what he looks like? Remember Star Trek? What's the one Star Trek? The one real pale one on Star Trek.
Uh,
Not Spock. No, not Spock.
the robot.
The robot one. You know what I'm talking about?
I know you're talking
Y'all ain't
about.
watching enough Star Trek. You need that charger?
Yeah, this one ain't.
Here. What's his name? Data. Right.
You know what's up?
Yeah. She's a Trekkie. She's a Trekkie. You gotta be a Trekkie. You gotta do that. That's the Star Trek is. Come on, man. You're a captain. But yeah, Data. You saw how pale he looked and just unalive.
Yeah.
That's how this guy looks.
Like a
You
vampire.
look at powder.
Yeah, he look.
Oh wow.
Right. Look.
Yeah, that's powder.
Powder was bald though. Look like Team Jacob. Team what Twilight, what's his name? Team Edward. Yeah, without the glowing skin. Right? It says length of days are in her right hand. Go ahead.
And in her left hand, riches and honor.
And in her left hand are riches and honor. So you can get riches, right? You can get riches and honor through wisdom, and length of days. But you can't buy length of days. No matter, because what it'd be called is he taking all that medicine and all them pills, and one of them pills clog his artery.
Right.
That's true.
And then it's like, wait a minute. So you did all that just to go out some way weird?
Right. One of the pills, they compounded it wrong.
You know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They compounded it wrong, and now he dies from the pill.
Yeah, I'm taking something to counteract this, and then that counteracts this, and then I'm allergic.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who knows, right? Who knows? Most High has a very poetic way of doing things.
See?
Right, we can't buy, the point is we can't buy our way. That's an Apple charger, that's why.
Can't buy
Yeah,
wisdom.
drop that. You can't buy length. You can't buy longevity. It comes through the spirit. Go ahead.
Verse 17.
Uh-huh.
Her ways are ways of pleasantness,
Pleasantness.
and all her paths are peace.
Right. Where is the peace in your life? Right? Where's the stress kills? Contention kills. Where's the peace? You can do all that with your body, but do you have a peace of mind? Read on.
She is a tree of life.
She's a what?
A tree of life.
A what?
A tree of life.
Come on.
To them that lay hold upon her.
Read.
And happy is everyone that retaineth her.
Right. Jump to chapter 16. Proverbs 16. And read verse 16.
Come. Proverbs chapter 16, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
How much better is it to get wisdom than gold?
Right.
And to get understanding rather to be chosen than silver.
Yeah. How better is it? Right? How much better is it? Well, it's a statement. It's not even asking a question, it's making a statement. And I think that's up to every man to be able to experience, right? We experience it. Because some of us could look back on our lives and say, well, I had a sum of money. That if I had a little bit more wisdom, I could have put that money in a place to be better off today.
Yep.
I had a sum of money, I had a business, I had this going on, and because of lack of wisdom, I don't have those things. A little bit more wisdom, and she would have stayed with me because I would have been able to work situations out. A little bit more wisdom, and I could have been able to accomplish this feat. A little bit more wisdom, a little bit more understanding, and I would have been able to conquer this or conquer that. Right? Right.
Sure.
I think we all have that. I think we all have one of those stories in our bag. I know I got a couple. I got a couple. Where we at?
I'm done.
You're done reading? Okay. So, we do have a new sister in class. Sis, what's your name? Not to put you on the spot, but what's your name?
Chantrice.
Chantrice. Good to meet you. Glad to have you. So, just so you understand what's going on this, today is the Shabbat. We do Friday sundown to Saturday sundown is the Sabbath. So, this class, what we do, we have a dedicated reading portion that we go through. It's broken up into 7 different readers. Okay? So right now, what reader are you?
Number 1.
So we've been here since 10 and we only have the first reader. Somebody's talking too much. But it's broken into 7 readers. The reason why I'm going through it is because the next brother that comes up, he's going to state his registry, and it's going to be in Hebrew. We speak a little bit of Hebrew. And so what he's going to say is his name, his tribe. Who's coming up? Who's the next reader? So that young man right there, he's going to stand. He's going to say Elijah, which is his name, Shabbat Tashal, tribe of. He's going to say Issachar, which is Yashakar, which is tribe of Issachar, so-called Mexicans. Bun Yasha'Allah, right? Then we're going to repeat it. He's going to salute. He's going to say Yahweh Bahasham, Yahweh Shai Barakatah, which is God in the name of Christ. Bless you. We're going to say it back to him. Obviously, we know you don't know it, right? Just follow along. We don't want, the scriptures say when you speak in an unknown language that you translate, right? So I just want to make sure that you understand what's going on somewhat. And then you're going to see that happen a few times with all the brothers that come up. Then at the end of the reading, we do have some closing prayers that we do. They're in Hebrew, but then everything's translated into English. Okay? You're going to hear the word Khan, right? Khan in Hebrew means yes. You might hear La'ah. La'ah in Hebrew means no. Right? You might hear Thawada. That means thank you in Hebrew. Aman, amen, agree. Right? So just so you understand what's going on. All right, so who's the next reader? Elijah?
Elijah Shabbatashah, Yashikar Ban Yashala.
Elijah Shabbatashah, Yashakar, Bon Yashala, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahshabraktham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshabrakatah. Oh. So we're at what? We're at Psalms 119, 29. He's going to read the verse 36.
Psalm chapter 119, verse 129. Thy testimonies are wonderful. Therefore doeth my soul keep them. The entrance of thy words giveth light.
What does that mean? The entrance of thy words giveth light. What is that? What would be the entrance of something? It would be like the beginning, the opening, right? The place where you go in. What?
Would that be, so the entrance, would that be the law, like the Torah?
Well, yeah, definitely. Those are the words, right? But what is it? It's showing us that from the beginning to the end, law, testimonies, it's all alike, right? It's all like it says in Proverbs. It's Proverbs. Oh my gosh, 6, right? Is it Proverbs 6? It says the law is a lamp. Who got it? The law is a lamp. Light in the feet. Who got it?
Con.
Read it.
This Proverbs chapter 6, verse 23.
Right.
For the commandment is a lamp.
The commandment is a what?
Is a lamp.
So what does a lamp do? It provides light in darkness. Right? For you to be able to do what?
See?
So you can be able to do what? It's not just to see. You're not just seeing to see. You're seeing for a reason, because you're trying to get somewhere. So it prevents you from doing what if you have light?
Tripping or falling. Or
right. Like, you know, when you wake up in the middle of the night, go use the restroom, and you miscalculate. Yo, listen, before we went to the Passover, it was wild. Before we left, because first of all, I've been living in my house long enough, I can move through that thing in the dark. But for some reason, this night, it was weird. I literally walked headfirst into the closet door. Because I got the blackout curtains, right? And it was dark, and I'm like, I know where, wow, oh, wait. I ain't never did that. I should have just flicked the light on, but I was going for the light, and I kind of underestimated it, and like, yeah, you know. But that's the point of a lamp. You hold it in front of you to illuminate your path, so you're not walking into the walls. You're not walking over a cliff. You're not stumbling on the stones. The commandment prevents us from stumbling through this life, right? Kicking against the pricks and stumbling on the stones. Go ahead.
And the law is light.
And the law is light. Go ahead.
And reproofs of instruction are the way of light.
Right. So it says the entrance of thy words giveth light. Go ahead.
It giveth understanding unto the simple.
Right, go to 2 Peter 1:19. Go to 2 Peter 1:19.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 19.
Right.
We have also a more sure word of prophecy.
We have a what?
We have also a more sure word of prophecy.
So the prophecies are also a light. Think about it. Wouldn't we be in total darkness if we didn't understand the prophecies that the Bible speak about?
Yes.
We'd be literally not knowing. Now, do we know in the totality that we want to know in? No, it says we see through a glass darkly. We know in part, we prophesy in part. right? But we do have a part where it's not so dark, where we can, you know what, we are going to get salvation. You know what, we are going to come up out of these conditions. You know what, we're not going to be on the bottom forever. Our people don't have to be, you know, subjected to the atrocities that we've been subjected to. There is a light. You know that quote, there is a light at the end of the tunnel? Right. The point is, the light's not only at the end of the tunnel, the light's in your hand. It's literally at your feet, getting you to the end. Because what would be the point if the light is at the end of the tunnel and you just walking in darkness? Well, walk towards the light, but you tripping. Man, I didn't see that. Walk towards the light. Oh, you bumping into the wall. What's the point of that? No, the Most High gave you a light to guide your steps, right? To get to that end of the tunnel. You read?
My bad. It's like, you know, like how the scriptures say the way of transgressors is hard.
Yep.
So they don't want to use the light. No. They don't want to use the lamp in order to guide themselves to the end of the tunnel. So they are the ones that are tripping, falling, stumbling, hitting things, never able to move forward.
Right. And I mean, just on that, watch, just on that, when he said go to St. John 3 and verse 17. Go to St. John, hold that Peter's, but go to St. John 3:17. It's on this light. Read that.
John chapter 3, verse 17.
Come on.
For the Most High sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world,
Come on.
but that the world through him might be saved.
Right? So Christ wasn't sent to condemn, but to save. Read on.
He that believeth on him is not condemned.
Come on.
But he that believeth not is condemned already.
Right. So lack of faith is what condemns us. Read.
Because he had not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God.
Verse 19.
And this is the condemnation.
Read.
That light is come into the world.
Right.
And men love darkness.
See, that's the condemnation, that the light is being shined, the word, right? The wisdom, the law is being shined, and it's illuminating situations. But it says men love darkness. They stray away from that light. You know, like roaches. What do roaches do when the light come on?
Scatter to the darkness.
They scatter into that dark corner because they don't want to be seen. Look, Corey, like, nah, not with me. I know where they at.
The spray is Corey's light.
Yeah, the sprayer can reach in that dark corner, brother. Right?
The spray reach far.
But those, just think about it. Those animals or those insects or whatever that operate in darkness, they run from the light because that darkness is how they move. That's how they're able to prey on other things. That's how they're able to accomplish what they accomplish, right? Evil men, evil women, they love that darkness. Yeah. They love them streets. They love them dark alleys and them dark corners. The obscurity, right? Because they don't want their deeds to be seen. It's going to tell us. Read on.
And men love darkness,
right,
rather than light.
Read.
Because their deeds were evil.
Because what?
Because their deeds were evil.
Yeah. Because my deeds are evil, I don't want those to be brought to the light, to the surface. Let's keep that thing under the rug. Let's sweep it under real quick. I don't want that to surface. I don't want that to come out. Come on.
For everyone that doeth evil,
read,
hateth the light.
He does what?
For everyone that doeth evil,
right,
hateth the light.
Everyone that doeth evil, they hate the light. It says the light is the commandment. The law is the light. Everyone that doeth evil hate the light. Law is done away with. Law is done away with. Right? That's Moses' law.
Right. That's the Old Testament.
That's the Old Testament. Y'all have heard it all. Y'all have heard it all, right? Nah, it's about the law of Christ.
It's about faith, brother.
You gotta show me the law of Christ. Somebody gotta show me that.
Yeah, Mark 8:38.
Show me all the laws of Christ. There's like 1,000 laws of Christ, but where they at? And do they differ from the laws that the Most High gave? Moses' words. So, and that's the point, is we hate the light because it shines on us the things that we shouldn't be doing. it shows what we shouldn't. It shows the underhandedness. It shows the hypocrisy. It shows the evil, and we don't want to be looked at in that light. Right? I don't want to be looked at in a certain light. So let's dim the light. You know what I'm saying? Let's turn down the LEDs and put like the 13-watt bulb in. Something slight. Let's dim that down real quick. You know, like when you go into that little lounge and the lights are super dim, right? And it's a different type of setting, and you're not really, it's, you know, you got to kind of look to see things. That's what some people want. They want that obscurity. Go ahead.
Neither come into the light.
They neither come to the light. Come on.
Lest his deeds should be reproved.
Right. The things that you do are going to be seen. Come on.
But he that doeth truth come into the light.
Right. I mean, in technicality, he is the truth. He is the light. He becomes that light. It becomes you. Go ahead.
That his deeds may be manifest. May be made manifest. That they were wrought in the Most High.
Right. Let's go back to 2 Peter's 1:19. 2 Peter's 1:19.
2 Peter chapter 1 verse 19. We have also a more sure word of prophecy.
Right.
Whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth.
You take heed unto the prophecy as unto a what?
As unto a light that shineth in a dark place.
That's what it is. The prophecies are a light that shine in a dark place. Because again, without the Isaiahs and the Ezekiels and the Jeremiahs, I mean, what would we have? If you really look at it, right? If you really look at it, because a lot of those books deal with end time prophecy, right? So what will we have? What light will we really have as far as Revelations? If we didn't have the book of Revelations, it gives us a lot of light and shines a lot of light on what's going to happen in the end. It gives us, Revelations literally gives us the end. It reveals to us the end, right? It shows us the kingdom. It shows us this. It shows us that. It'd be hard to see without these things. So he's equating the prophecies of the old time to a light that shines in the darkness. Y'all get it? Did you finish that?
No.
Finish it.
Until the day dawn and the day star arise in your heart.
Right. Jump back to Psalms. What you got?
Isaiah chapter 9 verse 2.
Read it.
It says, Isaiah chapter 9 verse 2. And the people that walk in darkness.
Who got a question?
You can go ahead, but
What's your question?
it's not a question. Well, it is. I've been reading Proverbs, and this one scripture stuck with me. Would this go with it? Proverbs?
You got a you got a scripture? Hold on real quick. Let him read that and then we'll come to yours.
Okay.
What is it? Proverbs what?
4:19.
All right, let's look at it real quick. Go ahead, read.
Isaiah chapter 9 verse 2. And the people that walk in darkness have seen a great light.
Right.
They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shine.
Right. That's us. We in the damn land of the shadow of death. We in that land. America is the land of the shadow of death for our people, for the so-called Black, Hispanics, Native Americans. Right. At any moment you could die in this place. For any reason. And they'll cover it up. They'll act like it didn't happen. They'll justify it.
Who's possession slavery to hold themselves not accountable.
Right. You said Proverbs 4:19?
Yeah.
Proverbs 4. Yeah, you can read it. That's a good one.
Proverbs chapter 4 verse 19.
Let's read verse 14.
Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 14. Enter not into the path of the wicked.
Come on.
And go not in the way of evil men.
Read.
Avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away.
And the cold part is this. The cold part about it is this. Who when you're driving says, you know what, let me go down the darkest street at night. Like, yo, it's super dark down there. My headlights got this. Sometimes you like, wait, why is this so dark down there? Let me find an alternate.
Right.
Like, that's weird.
That's a little too dark.
A little too dark. right? Some spots you can't avoid it.
And if I'm driving with somebody, I think they want to kill me.
Yeah.
Why go down the darkest?
But that's the point is you say, wait, why is it so dark down there? What's up with the street lights? I know I do that. I'm like, wait, why?
I didn't look.
Yeah, but then you're like, wait, is there another way? Right? Now we can do that with a path, right? We can look at a path and say, damn, there's a lot of potholes. I want to go this way. Right? Or if you've driven down, like one street I don't drive down is Bel Air. Terrible. Why? The potholes and the it's like, for some reason, every bad Asian driver
Oh man.
goes on Bel Air on purpose.
It's their town, that's their street.
Yeah, but this is the crazy part about Bel Air. Bel Air is not like Bissonnette. Bel Air is not like what is it, Beach Nut? Bel Air is like Asian Lane, old Asian, 90 years old, minivan, driving, doing 20 in a 40, cutting you off as soon as you get to them. They pulling out. So I'm like, oh no, I ain't going that way. I avoid Bel Air at all costs. I'll go down to the next thing and go down to Beach Nut or whatever. I'll take the super crazy drivers on Beach Nut. But the drivers on Bel Air, for some reason, from the Beltway to the crib, it's crazy. It's bad. It's the worst. It's like the worst street in Alien. And so I avoid it. And then it got potholes.
Yep.
It got crazy dips. So I'm like, nah, I ain't doing that. I avoid it at all costs. Right? Why is it talking about a path? Well, because you can walk a path one time and know I'm gonna avoid this path at all costs the next time if I make it through.
Yep.
If I make it down Bel Air, I know never go down Bel Air again unless I have to. Unless the thing is on Bel Air, I'll never drive Bel Air. Right? And even then, I'm trying to find a different way around it. He's talking about a path here, right? The scriptures is talking about a path. And what does it say? Enter not into the path of the wicked. Well, at some point in our lives, we've all been down that path. And we made it out. And now you can do what? When you look at the path of the wicked, you can say, oh, I know that path. I recognize that way. That looked familiar. Damn. You know what? Let me slide around real quick to the next street. Or you could say, you know what, let me chance it. And you'll find a reason. Oh, well, it's the shortest way, and it's to be too much traffic. It's it got the less amount of lights, and you can find every reason to go down that path, right? Or you can look at it and say, nah, for my well-being, I'm gonna take the path that I know is the sure path.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 16.
Look, it's in verse 15. It says, avoid it. Avoid it. Now, is the path a literal path? No, it ain't. No, it ain't. It ain't a literal path. The path is people. The path is who you associate with, that they bring you into that pathway. So what is the Bible telling you? You got to avoid certain people. It keeps going back to it. Proverbs is, I can't wait to get into this Proverbs. We about to be in Proverbs next month. It's about to be up. Right? We going to be hitting all this. Right? Avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it. Pass away. Some of us play like a spiritual suicide, like, oh no, you know what? I'm strong now. Okay. I got 2 verses to rub together. I know Matthew 6, Our Father prayer.
I took a little bit of counseling.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And now I'm good now. I can walk the path with these evil ass people. No, you can't. No, you can't, because their evil is better than your righteousness. They're stronger than you. Remember, they ain't got rules. You got a standard you got to live by. They don't have a rule that they have to live by. So as soon as you thought like, oh, well, my standard, guess what they do? They flip the script on you.
Right.
And then you like, wait, damn. You ain't got no rules? Nope. Nope, I'm evil. That's my path. What?
It's like, I was talking to my daughter today because she wants to do cheerleading next year, but the thing is, she's not really a leader; she's a follower. And so we're like, we're not gonna let you do that because the way a lot of the cheerleaders be is like real snippy and they don't care, and they go against a lot of things that we do. It's like, here's a happy medium. We can find some cultural dancing where you're not gonna be compromised at these football games or these basketball games.
Yeah, you got some dude tossing you up and down with a short skirt on. That ain't what you want to do.
Yeah, the cultural dance that we found were like, I can't say it right. I can probably say, I don't know where she's at, but it's traditional Mexican. They wear long dresses. Yes, they wear really long dresses. You can't see nothing. Everything's covered.
Yeah, that's dope.
And I was like, yeah, you can do that. She's like, okay.
Even then, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Because they might give you the dress code part, but then it might be some close quarters dancing. You don't want that. Yeah. Too much hip gyration, all that weird stuff for a kid is not good. So
it's mostly like twirling hips and not the hips, but like the dresses. The dresses get twirled a lot.
Oh, they do that? Oh,
they're it's like, you ever seen the traditional Mexican dancers? Like they just like
it's like women. It's like woman bullfighting.
Yeah.
Like a woman it's like a woman mariachi. No,
not mariachi.
Like a woman bullfighter. Like they do the
That's a good one.
There's not too much crazy touching.
I'm not counting. I wasn't talking of that.
No, it was a good
Listen, man.
They be like
y'all
that.
all know I'm half Mexican. So I'm Mexican. Y'all all know, eh? Y'all know what I'm about. Y'all know what I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm Dominican. I'm Mexican. I'm all the tribes. There's no tribe banging here at all.
I become all tribes.
I become all tribes at all times. Right. Read where you at, man. Read on.
Verse 16. For they sleep not.
They do what?
They sleep not.
Yeah, when you sleeping, trying to get rest, evil is constantly awake. It's trying to figure out how to disrupt your sleep and disrupt you while you're awake. Why would you go down that path? Read.
Except they have done mischief.
Except what?
Except that have they done mischief.
Come on.
And their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall.
That's crazy. Read on.
For they eat the bread of wickedness.
Right.
And drink the wine of violence.
Right. And it's not always like violence in the way of shooting, stabbing, that. But there's such things as silent violence, man.
Yes.
Right? Where they'll take the innocency from you.
Yep.
They'll take the innocency from your children. And, you'll be left void, so to speak. Read on. Verse 18.
Verse 18. But the path of the just is as the shining light.
Right. The path of the just is a shining light. Go ahead.
That shineth more and more.
No, it goes down and dims.
More and more.
Turn that down. You know how that one light when you touch it and it dims down?
Shineth more and more.
See, that path is supposed to illuminate more and more, not get more dark and obscure. Read on.
Unto the perfect day.
Until what?
The perfect day.
19.
Verse 19. The way of the wicked is as darkness.
Is as what?
As darkness.
Read on.
They know not as what they stumble.
Right. They don't even know what they're stumbling at. They're constantly stumbling, but guess what? They run away from the thing to illuminate their path, and so they constantly stumble, and then they don't even know why they're stumbling. Man, what did I stub my toe on? Man. You know when you stub your toe on the bed, you know it's the bed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The pain, okay. You know it. Like, that was
shock to your whole body.
Yeah, it sends that rattle.
That goes all the way up.
And it ends like right here in the elbow.
For some reason.
Right? You know what you stumbled at. But the wicked, it says they don't know what they're stumbling at. Because why? They walk in darkness. What you got?
Oh, no. Psalms chapter 73, verse 2.
Read it.
But as for me, my feet were almost gone.
Right.
My steps had a well nigh slipped.
Why? Read.
For I was envious at the foolish.
Right, because to be envious of something, you have to first be looking at it. That has to be the guide that's guiding you. But if the law is the guide, if the law is the frontlets, like it says in Deuteronomy 6, I don't got time to look at the foolish. I don't have time to slip on what they're slipping on. I don't have time to slip into their madness. I don't have time to walk down their path. Go ahead. Let them finish and then go ahead.
When I saw the prosperity of the wicked.
Right. Sometimes that causes us to slip. We're looking at their prosperity as the way. Right? But then we forget, wait a minute. Their path is going to cut short. It says, often is the candle of the wicked put out. I think it says it in this chapter, if I'm not mistaken. Read.
Can I jump?
Yeah, of course you can.
Jump to verse 17.
We're going to be here all day. Go ahead.
Until I went into the sanctuary of God.
Until I did what?
Went into the sanctuary of God.
See, so he had to come back to his right mind and say, wait, let me put my mind mentally, let me physically go back to the sanctuary. That's where the law, the statutes, the commandments, the judgment, the service of the Most High takes place. Go ahead.
Then understood I their end.
Then what?
Then understood I their end.
Come on.
Surely thou didst set them in slippery places.
Yeah, they were set to slide, right? Because they had no foundation. Isaiah 33:6. They had no stability. Go ahead.
Thou castest.
You don't have to get it. I was just quoting it. Go ahead.
Thou castest them down into destruction.
Right. Was that it?
Tom.
You were gonna say you had something, but you were gonna say you got something.
I have Ecclesiastes 21:2.
Okay, read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 21 and verse 2.
Over there. Right. So I'm not sure, sis, if you understand what the Apocrypha is. Do you? No. You ever heard of it? You said, say it again.
I have an idea.
Okay, so those are the books that were taken out by the Roman Catholic Church. So you got in there, you got First Ezra, Second Ezra, Tobit, Esther, or the rest of Esther. You got Maccabees 1 and 2. That's basically the Greek history that you cannot find in the 66 books. But if you go back to a King James 1611 and certain other translations of the Bible that are older, they'll have those books in there. Like, for instance, my Bible, it has it. His Bible, I think everybody in here has this Bible, right? It has the Apocrypha in it. This right here has the Apocrypha in it. So it is part of the Bible. It's part of the original text. Read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 21 verse 2. In the red book is page 82. Flee from sin as from the face of a serpent.
Right.
For if thou comest near to it, it will bite thee.
It will what?
It will bite thee.
It will what?
It will bite thee.
Oh, well, you know, I could get the anti-venom.
It will bite thee.
This how people be thinking. I'll take the bite, but I'm gonna just go to the hospital and get the venom, the anti-venom. That's a different bite. Ain't no anti-venom for this. It's a different bite. You might not make it to the hospital. How about that? Why tempt the Lord? How about that? But some hard-headed people, brothers be hard-headed, sisters be hard-headed. I'll take the bite. That's crazy. That's a forward man. Yeah, that's madness. Why not just avoid it, like the Bible says to avoid it? What if you can't come back from it? Why would you chance that? Read on.
The teeth thereof are as the teeth of a lion.
Yeah, see, you thought it was a regular snake. That damn snake bite off your whole arm. You ever see a lion's teeth?
Yeah.
That one tooth that comes down?
Yep.
That boy is like that long.
Canine.
Yeah. And it's like that.
Piercing.
Come on. You want to get that bite? Why chance it? You're going to lose your whole arm, your whole body. Go ahead.
Slaying.
Doing what?
Slaying.
No, I can recover.
Slaying.
No, I'm going to go to the hospital.
Slaying.
Call the ambulance before I get bit.
Slaying.
It slays you, this bite. Killing. Go ahead.
The souls of men.
See that? Because that's what it's about. It's not about your physical. It says it slays your soul. This is why we should avoid it. Where we at? Go back to Psalms, right? Any questions? That was a good recap. Call you Miss Proverbs. I'm gonna call you Miss Proverbs. Cause that was a good one. Oh, where we at?
Psalm 119, verse 131.
Mm-hmm.
I opened my mouth and panted, for I long for thy commandment. Look thou upon me, and be merciful unto me, as thou usest to do unto those that love thy name.
Wait, where you at?
Verse 132, 133.
Okay, go ahead.
Order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me.
Right, order my steps. Right, go to Romans 6. And let not any iniquity have dominion. Right? Go to Romans 6. What do I want? 12.
Con, this is Romans chapter 6, verse 12, right? Let not sin, therefore, reign in your mortal body.
Right, go ahead.
That ye should obey it.
That ye shall what?
That ye should obey it.
Come on.
In the lust thereof.
Right. Read on.
Neither yield ye your members as instruments of unrighteousness unto sin.
Right, because that's the point. It's what you yield to. Right? It's what you yield to. It's what you bow yourself to is what you're going to be. Right? Read verse 16 real quick.
Verse 16. Know ye not,
right,
that to whom ye yield yourselves servants to obey.
See that? Know ye not that who you yield yourself as servants to obey, come on.
His servants ye are.
His servants you are. That's who you're going to serve. You can't serve two masters. So you're going to either serve the spirit, life, peace, longevity, joy, or you're going to serve sin, which is just, it equates to death. Read on.
His servants ye are, to whom ye obey.
Come on.
Whether of sin unto death.
There it is, real clean. Read.
Or of obedience unto righteousness.
Yeah, so the choice to yield is yours. The choice to yield is ours, but what, how do you understand what to yield to? I guess that's the question, right? That would be my question. How do I understand what I need to yield to? Well, when we go back up to verse 133 in Psalms, he said, order my steps in thy word. Order my steps in thy word. So we'd have to yield to the word, right? Right or wrong? Right. Go to what is it? John, God is a spirit, those that worship must worship.
4:23.
St. John 4:23? Yes. Go there real quick. St. John 4 and verse 23. So we have to yield to the word. Read it.
John chapter 4, verse 23. For the hour cometh.
No, verse 24.
Verse 24?
Yeah.
Okay. God is a spirit.
God is a what?
God is a spirit.
God is a what?
A spirit.
Come on.
And they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth.
Right, and we know that the truth is the word, the law, the spirit is the word. Right? Was that the one I wanted?
4:23 said the same thing.
4 and oh, right. No, I wanted 24. I wanted 24, but I don't even think I wanted 24. I think I wanted a different verse. Let me see. Right, go to St. John 6:63. Just so we can understand what is it that we're supposed to yield to. And then go to John 7 and 38. Go ahead, St. John 6:63.
St. John chapter 6, verse 63.
Go ahead.
It is the spirit that quickeneth.
Come on.
The flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit.
Pause. The words are what?
Spirit.
Right. So God is a spirit. And they that worship him must worship him in spirit, in the word, and in truth, the law. Go to St. John 7 and verse 38 real quick.
God. St. John chapter 7 verse 38.
Right?
He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said.
As I believe only. As the scripture has said.
Scripture has said.
Right?
Out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water.
And that's who you know who's living in the word, obeying the word, because out of his belly will flow rivers of living water, which is just wisdom. Not actual water is going to come out of his stomach, but wisdom. Right? So we have to yield. Go back to Psalms. If I'm going too fast, I got to slow me down. I'll be going. Yeah. Just slow me down. Psalms 119 and verse 33.
Psalms 119, verse 133. Order my steps in thy word.
See that? So it's about walking in the word. It's about keeping the commandments. It's about keeping the law. It's about holding and keeping the feast days, like we just did Passover. Right now we still in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? Remember, we break that tomorrow, but we're gonna get together tomorrow. For that, obviously we getting together everywhere. Houston, VA, and Rochester is gonna do our individual things. So remember, it's about the high holy days. It's about keeping the Sabbath. Like we're in the Sabbath right now. It's about keeping the Sabbath, right? It's also about holding oneself accountable. The word is not just law, because many men keep the law. Fringes, beard, staff in their hand, girded about, eating lamb, didn't break a bone, But guess what? You a drunkard.
Right.
You still smoking cigarettes, you still smoking weed, you still taking hits of crack. We still popping pills, right? You still got that adulterous mind state. You looking at men's wives. It's crazy, right? And the women too. They got that whorish spirit on them, because just you got a hair wrap on and a dress don't mean you ain't got a whorish spirit, right? Because there's a way that a woman is supposed to carry herself in the spirit. So the outward appearance don't mean anything. It's that inward man, like it tells us in Peter. You got to be the hidden man of the heart, right? So, but we have to be guided in the word to understand how to carry ourselves in many different situations, how to deal with one another, how to deal in relationships, children, wives, husbands, brother, sister, all these different things. And then what? As we yield to the word, dominion of iniquity won't have dominion over you anyway, because now you're yielding yourself to righteousness and not to sin. Y'all get it? Right. Con? Read.
And let not any iniquity have dominion over me.
Right.
Deliver me from the oppression of man. So will I keep thy precepts.
Do what? Deliver me from what?
Deliver me from the oppression of man.
Yeah. Why? Because man's mind state, a man's mind without the wisdom is oppressive. Just look at what our people have been through. Just totally, in our totality, look at what we've been through. But then go back to when you didn't have the wisdom within yourself, and just think about who you oppressed. Think about how yourself was oppressed, the depression, the mental issues, the mental anguish, the lack of clarity. That lack of clarity is crazy. That lack of understanding why things are the way they are. Right? Like, remember when you didn't understand, like, why did God allow us to go into slavery? Right? Or why does God allow babies to die? You don't really wrestle with that no more, do you? Because you get it now. You understand how the Most High works. That it ain't about a baby's age. It ain't about, he ain't looking at age and soft skin and all that stuff. He don't look at things the way we look at things. So those questions are that you gotten that understanding cleared up. So those questions no longer plague your mind. Why am I going through why is my life like this? Well, you understand decision making. A man's trial is in his reasoning. You're able to now reconcile different concepts and different things that you've been through, and you're able to say, okay, I see why I'm going down this path. The decisions I made here, they're now coming to pass here. Make sense? The things that I'm doing here, or the things I did here 5 years ago, 10 years ago, last week, right? They popping up years later, months later, days later. You reap what you sow. I sowed it here, and some things just take a little bit longer to pop up. But now we understand that about the Most High, right? Not because you picked up the Bible, because this is how I got the Bible now. All the things I did here just disappear. No, you got the Bible now so that all the things you did here, now you know how to manage them here with this. That's why you got this. Not for problems to disappear. But we understand that, right? It's actually when you pick up the Bible, it's like more problems appear. Right? But really, it's not that more problems appear. It's now you're privy to the issues. Paul said it. I have not known sin except for the law taught me. Says that in Romans 7. Right?
It shows you.
Yeah. Now you get to hold the mirror up and look and compare the word to yourself, and then examine and say, oh, I got to work on this. I got to work on that. This is how I solve this problem. This is how I fix this issue. Right? We can't avoid the things that we did here. You did it already. It's done. All you could ask the Most High is for the wisdom, the mercy, the understanding, the grace to get through those things if they have a negative end. If they pop up some type of evil, you can only ask the Most High to give you wisdom to get through that. That's what the Bible is for, to get you through these things. That's what the word is for, and then to show you not to continue to do these things over here that are not so good, that are evil. Only a fool repeats. That's why he's a fool. Especially when you get the word and you get the wisdom and the experiences, and then you continue to repeat. I'm just hard-headed. I'm just this. I'm just that. I don't see that, brother. That's you. That's y'all. That's how y'all see things. Ooh, I love that one. That's how y'all see things. No. This is how the Bible teaches us to all see things. Now it's up to each individual to say, I want to see that so I can fix things in my life. That's it. If you don't, then you don't. You'll just continue to live on, right? In a dark path, while everyone else is walking that path of illumination. What you got?
So I got Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 14, talking about the thoughts of man that don't have wisdom.
Right.
For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable. And that word miserable, it says, being in a pitiful state of distress or unhappiness.
Yeah, that's an oppression right there. That's a level of oppression. Our own thoughts oppressed us when we didn't have the wisdom.
And if your thoughts oppress you, you're going to oppress somebody else.
Yeah.
Causing extreme discomfort or unhappiness.
Yep.
You're the cause of it.
Yep.
Being likely to discredit or shame. So you're going to put those thoughts on to somebody else. So that oppressing that mental of a man that doesn't have the wisdom is dangerous. It's dangerous in how they operate and what they do, because this is what they will do. They'll cause extreme discomfort. They'll cause extreme unhappiness. They'll be likely to discredit. We know when somebody's discredited, that can destroy that person or shame you. That means they're going to try to find something against you. So that oppressive manner is not just in the way of you holding somebody down. It's in all these different ways of discrediting them, shaming them, discomforting them, bringing them unhappiness, because your own inadequacies and how you view yourself, you're gonna put that onto somebody. So that oppression.
Did you finish? Did you finish? Where you're at? Or you not? You're good.
So, and our devices are but uncertain.
Right. The way we go about to fix things, the device that you use to accomplish a fix is uncertain. If it's not wisdom, right?
Which scripture is that?
Wisdom of Solomon, what?
Wisdom of Solomon.
3:11. I believe
It's Wisdom of Solomon chapter 9.
Oh, 9.
9 verse 14.
9:14. I'm thinking about that. Wisdom of Solomon 9:14. Right. Let's jump back to Psalms.
Come. Psalms chapter 119 and verse 134. Last precept. So will I keep thy precept.
Right. It's not a deliver me so I can do this. No. That's not how it works. Right? That's not what he's saying. Like, deliver me so I can keep the precepts. Nah, you got to keep the precepts regardless. Remember, Joseph, was he not oppressed by man? Did he not keep the commandments? Yeah. So what it's showing us is that no matter what condition that you're in or state that you're in, you can still keep the righteousness of God. We're supposed to. That's what's supposed to get you through the oppression, right? Is to keep a standard. Some people think, well, you know what? You know how some of us pray sometimes, like, God, if you do this, I'll do this.
You trying to negotiate?
Yeah, you try to negotiate with the Most High, where He says the whole duty of man is to keep the commandment. So you're supposed to been doing that anyway. The reason why you are in the oppression is because what? You didn't keep the commandment. You didn't keep the wisdom. The reason why you are oppressed mentally, the reason why you are oppressed physically, is because you didn't do the first thing that was commanded. What you got?
3 scriptures are popping in my head real quick.
Okay,
So
can we get one of them?
Romans 15 and 4.
Right, the things are written for time for our learning.
That's that one, and I got
well, read it since we got new people.
Romans chapter 15 and verse 4.
Right.
For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
Right.
That we through patience.
Through what?
Through patience. And comfort of the scriptures might have hope. And the other one was actually.
Why you go there?
I went there because, the things that are written in the past, because man hasn't changed. That's what I was gonna go into. Ecclesiastes, chapter 1, verse 9.
What do you mean man hasn't changed?
Throughout history, man has always been the same. You're never going to change the issues that are happening throughout history. We're always, the Lord's judgment is like a ring. Everything that's happened is happening over and over and over again, and it's never going to change. The only thing that's going to change is how we use this book. And this book is written for us to learn man.
Just so I'm clear, when you say man hasn't changed, you're talking about like the way men operate?
Yes, we haven't changed.
As far as good and evil, wickedness, sins.
How you walk this world.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure that's clear because you're right. You're right. From the dawn of time, man has not changed. There's always that struggle of good and evil. Do I keep the commandments? Do I follow the Most High? Do I follow another God?
Right.
Do I follow myself? Do I just do whatever I want to do? There's always that struggle, that battle.
Yes.
Right? So, but the things are written are aforetime. The things that were written in the past, therefore, are learning today. For us to see those men and those women that decided to do their own thing, they had a judgment. The ones that remained faithful and kept these words, they also had a judgment. And you can see the different judgments. You can see the different fates. You know, like the dope thing is we ain't gotta really guess. Right. Like what happens if I follow the Bible? Just think about it. Just think about something. Real quick. I'm gonna say something. Just bear with me. What if the Bible wasn't true? I'm gonna ask another question. Watch this. I'm gonna kill all y'all. You're gonna be like, huh? What if the Bible wasn't true though? Knowing all the things that you know, you got all the comic books, you got all the movies, you got all these different things, and it just hits you, man. The Bible ain't real. What else is there to follow?
Negativity.
What else there? What else can compare to this book to guide your life is the question.
There is nothing.
So wouldn't you still follow it?
Yep.
What if it was? Watch this. What if it was revealed to you, like you got your whole family breakdown, and it was like you an Edomite?
Nice.
He said, "Dang." Hey, right? It came down that you a Caucasian. Ew. What would you do?
Brian.
You said what?
I did my DNA.
Oh, what would you do? Did you have kangaroo?
So I was like 25% Caucasian.
Damn.
25.
But what would you do if that like rolled down in your family history and your mama came to you like, I got the family history, son. You're not an Israelite. What would you do?
Still follow, stay on the road.
Wouldn't you still follow it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd have to just say, you know, okay, cool. Well, it was the one thing that was keeping me solid in this world. It's either you go full righteous or you just got to go full blown wicked.
Yeah.
Right. You slip it up.
Yeah, you just either just say, you know what, okay, well, I'm gonna just go follow the rest of the world and be off, or I'm gonna just follow this, seek the mercy, right?
Gentiles can be saved.
Yeah. You become one of those, right? We gonna be in the kingdom too, right?
Yeah. There's gonna be something in the house, right?
We gotta trade some.
There's gonna be some heads, right?
The question, there's a reason why I'm asking that is because I want y'all to understand and see that nothing else compares. The things written for the foretime are written for our learning. All the past that we read, all the history we read in Genesis and Kings and Chronicles and all these things that we read, that we see are happening. It's like, how could you deny it? And what other book? The Quran don't give you no prophecy.
Nope.
The Quran gives their people zero hope. They got to blow themselves up to get 70 virgins and whatever the case may be. What about the women? What do the women in Islam get?
Right.
What's their promise?
Yeah.
They
More servitude.
They don't got one. The men got to go do something weird to get some weird promise, right? Buddhism, where's their prophecy? And Christians don't even know prophecy, so they just lost. They can't go through Ezekiel, they can't go through Jeremiah because they hate the Old Testament, right? And they barely understand Revelations, that John ain't coming with nothing new, right? To understand John or to understand Revelation, you got to know Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Habakkuk. You got to know those old prophets. They don't understand Paul, that Paul was teaching from the prophets and the law. So they change all his words to Jesus loves everybody type.
Everybody
saved. Yeah, Paul's trying to talk to everybody.
I'm saved now.
But the point is, we can read and say, well, man, what other book is truer than this book?
No.
All your comics, all your novels, novellas, and you know what I'm saying? What? The daily newspaper. What? The Bible don't prophesy what's in the newspaper. You're reading about it like, oh, snap, but the Bible already said it. Perilous times. Men, lovers of themselves, evil, hateful, killers, murderers, wars, rumors of war, like the scripture said it. Right? So what wouldn't you rather follow the Bible than anything is the point?
Yes.
That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. It don't matter. I would rather follow the Bible, and then if Christ came back and said, or somebody came back, the Spirit goes wherever it goes to the Father, and he said, gotcha, that book was false. I'm like, hey, at least I try to follow a standard.
Exactly.
There you go.
I'd rather suffer for righteousness' sake than a murderer,
Yes.
a thief, a killer, right? The Father ain't gonna do the I gotcha thing, we know that, but just think about it. This is how some people rationalize themselves away from the Bible. It's like, well, how do you know it's real? Well, just look at it. Look at the book, look at the world. Right? And look what the world holds to and look what the book says. And then look at the past, look at history, look at all these different things, and you can start to mount up a reason why the book is real. Where you at? Read.
Come on. It's Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 9. It said, the thing that had been, it is that which shall be.
Right.
And that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun.
That's the point, right? There's no new thing under the sun. What else you got?
It was actually Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 10. It says, that which hath been is named already, and it is known that it is man.
If y'all are hot, y'all can turn that AC down a little bit. I feel like it gets a little misty in here. Go ahead.
Neither may he contend with him that is mightier than he. So that's the reason I brought that out, because man hasn't changed throughout history. Our situations, no matter what we go through, the Lord has always been there. It's either we choose him or we don't. That's plain.
Choose you this day, life or death. Pray that you choose life. Jump back to Psalms. Y'all can go down a degree on that AC. It's getting hot. A degree or two. It's getting a little hot in here.
Yeah.
What was it at?
74.
Yeah.
My type of temperature. Go ahead, where we at?
Psalm chapter 119 and verse 135. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant, and teach me thy statutes. Rivers of waters run down mine eyes, because they keep not thy law.
Right, Lamentations 3:48.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 48. My eye runneth down with rivers of water.
Right. Read on. Oh, turn them little pages. Is it stuck? Might help that brother out.
For the destruction of the daughter of my people.
For the what?
For the destruction of the daughter of my people.
Right, so rivers of water run down my eyes because they kept not thy law. Who kept not the law? Israel. Our people, they kept not the law. So what happened? Read it again.
Mine eye runneth down with rivers of water.
Somebody get Jeremiah 14:17. Go ahead.
For the destruction of the daughter of my people.
Because we didn't keep the law, that was our destruction. Think about it. How could the thing be done away with that we didn't keep and got us into captivity and destruction? Right. The whole point is to come back to that thing. But how do you keep people destroyed? You keep them away from what is going to build them up. Again, if there's no law, that means that stealing, adultery, murder, that's all on the table. Thou shalt not kill. That's off the table now. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not covet. So it's okay to covet? Is it okay to covet?
A righteousness.
Covet the best gifts?
Yeah.
But is it covet thy neighbor's house? We can do that now? I can go to your house and covet your neighbor's house? I'm gonna slide to Corey's house and I'm gonna go into his sneaker room. I want the little white I want the 3-wheeler bike. I'm getting all that. I'm about to get covetous. It's lawful now, right? Go get it. I can go do it. I can covet your wife. I can. No. This is what. But see, but that's how you keep a people destroyed when you take away the rules and the regulations. It's like children. When you raise children without rules, what do they raise? What do they grow up to be?
Hellions.
You said what?
Hellions.
Oh, I thought you said. I thought you said aliens. Wait, what?
Nah, hellions.
Hellions? What's that? Devil children?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, they raise to be. They grow to be lawless adults.
Hard-headed.
Hard-headed, stubborn, stiff-necked.
What is it? Wayne.
No love.
Like
A horse not broken. Is headstrong.
Yeah, headstrong.
Yeah. So when you raise children without rules and regulations, you allow them to get whatever they want, they become spoiled. And then what? They're spoiled, and then what? You never get them to do whatever you want them to do. You can't break them after a while. right? But that's why it's important to raise children with rules. But that's why it's important for people groups to have rules and regulations. Our rules and regulations just happen to be the Bible. Where you at?
Jeremiah 14:17.
Read it. And lift up your voice, young man.
Come on, sir. Jeremiah chapter 14, verse 17.
Come on.
Therefore thou shalt say this word unto them.
Right.
Let mine eyes run down with tears night and day. And let them not cease, for the virgin daughter of my people is broken with a great breach.
They're broken what?
With a great breach.
Come on.
With a very grievous blow.
Right.
If I go forth into
That's
the
it.
field.
That's it on that. So that's the point. Is what is the songstress saying? Or they're saying, look, tears run down, that grief. Jeremiah said it, for the hurt of the daughter of my people am I hurt. Right? And even in this day and age, when you sit back and you see, it'd be hard to watch TV, man. It'd be hard to look at YouTube and all these different things because I don't even watch music video. I don't really watch music videos and all that stuff because when you watch a music video, it's crazy. Especially like the female rappers, the things that they have to go, the levels that they have to go to be recognized is wild.
It's true.
Ain't no Lauryn Hills like that out there no more. Ain't no type of image that's being put out there like that. Something that's a little bit more conscious. Something that's a little bit more modest. Everything gotta be. Look at Glorilla. She like a little ass boy. She got a boy body and she's still out there butt naked. It's like she ain't got no shame. I mean, I'm saying that because she's not like the BBL Cardi B and Nicki Minaj. She's like the total opposite. But that's what they're giving you. They're giving you two ends of the spectrum, and in the middle is like Lizzo.
Yeah,
something like that.
You kind of you hit every area.
Yeah, no matter what, we giving you nakedness on all levels, from all body types. There's nothing that's off limits, right? And then we know the dudes is the guys, the man entertainers, the male entertainers. They go from super hard gangster thug, kill everybody on the block, to super feminine, running around looking like somebody's auntie. Pharrell.
Yeah.
He looked like somebody's auntie. It's crazy. He just running around with pink purses. It's crazy. Pharrell, basketball player. You ever see the basketball players walk from the bus?
Oh yeah.
You're like, wait, hold up, who dressed you? Or where did you go to get dressed at? In a woman's closet?
Right.
But that's the thing. It's like they give you this super effeminate spirit on the men. It's hard to deal with entertainment and sports and watch any of that because of the way they position our people and the way they bring that forth to our people. It's either super negative or it's super effeminate for a man, or it's super negative or it's super masculine from a woman. Like Glorilla is as small and tiny as she is, she's super masculine. Cardi B, she's masculine as hell. They're manly. They got manly characteristics about them outside of their body features. So it sucks. It hurts to watch that when you gotta, you trying to chill and you sliding through YouTube and it's just madness, right? The TV, you watching TV, you trying to watch your little show, you watching the Avengers, and they gotta make one of the characters a lesbian.
Yeah, for no reason.
You're like, come on, yo, like where was that in the comic? That's the point. It wasn't even in the comic, but they gotta insert that into your entertainment or into your TV show. It just ruins it. And they always make it our people.
Yep.
They always make them the one that have to compromise and play those roles. Super aggressive killers, super effeminate men, super masculine women. It's always negative, right? And we see how that destroys our people. That's just one aspect. That's just one. There's many more aspects where if you care, you might not sit there and cry crazy tears of rivers, but spiritually, you're gonna feel a certain type of way.
Yeah.
You know, so where we at? He's done. Second reader. Yay. We're making progress. All right, next reader, right? Who's next? Corey up here playing games, man.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yasharella.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Shalom, and if it's right, Mike. Right?
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Barakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Barakatham. Oh, yeah. The plug? Is it charging? It stopped. It already stopped. It stopped again? Did somebody do it? You do that? Or Papa Bar, you got it? Yeah. Is it? I wonder if is the Mason? It's all good. He got it. It's all good. The bar got us. Okay, so as we read through this, it's gonna become a little bit repetitive. So I'm not gonna edify as much. We can just kind of read, right? Because it's just saying the same things over and over, just in different words. So I'm not gonna elaborate so much. Go ahead.
Psalms 119 and verse 137.
Mm-hmm.
Righteousness art thou, O Lord.
But if y'all do have questions, just ask. Raise your hand and ask. Go ahead.
And upright are thy judgments, thy testimonies.
Yeah, and just on that part, a lot of the times, the one thing that we don't want to deal with is the judgment. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. You don't want to deal with the way a situation is judged, or you don't want to deal with what the Most High is doing in your life. You say, well, I don't like the way the Most High is dealing with me. Well, that's not up to you. It's not up to you to like. We kind of just got to accept and deal. Some things you just got to grin and bear it. And know that the Most High chastise those that he loved. Every son that cometh near, it says he scourge. And what's better, for the Most High to be dealing with you or to not be dealing with you? Right. It's better for you to be getting dealt with, to get in that chastisement. Because if not, he said, you're a bastard. So you got to change your outlook. Stop trying to run from the judgment. Right? I can't judge you, but the Most High will. I could only advise. Brothers can only advise and give counsel and wisdom, right? But the Most High is the judge. We can only tell you what the Bible says and try to make it plain, but you can't run from the judgment of the Lord. So we got to remember that. So you kind of got to deal with when you make a mistake or when you do certain things. Yo, suck it up. Deal with it. Be a man, be a woman, and deal with it. And move on. Just like in the world, when you did certain things, you dealt with it, right? I made that mistake. You know what? I'm going to just suck it up. I'm going to just roll with the punch. You gas yourself up. I'm going to roll with the punches. Right? I'm going to get those motivational quotes off TikTok. Right? I'm going to watch I'm going to read the hood novels of all the women that went through the things that I went through. One door closes, another door opens. Yeah, you did all that. I ain't gonna call it crap, but you did all that stuff to motivate yourself to get back from A to B. Do it now. But now you got wisdom. Now you got brothers and sisters around you to help guide you through certain things and try to uphold in you. Woe to him that's left alone, for when he falleth, who shall pick him up? Two is better than one. When he fall, his brother shall be there to lift him up. Right? So you have now more things at your disposal. You have people in the right mind, in the mind that's not going to condemn you. Right? I'm gonna call things out if I see it, but I can't condemn nobody. Oh, you wicked, you going to hell. I can't do that. But I can say, hey, you off right now. According to what the scriptures say, fix it, change it. That's it. Then it's up to you to change. And if not, Most High gonna be the judge. Right? So I'm going there because, oh Lord, and upright are thy judgments. All the judgments are upright. They're not wrong, they're not negative, they're not off. The Most High don't know what he's doing. No, he knows what he's doing. You don't know what you're doing. Read on.
Verse 138. Thy testimonies that thou hast commanded are righteous and very faithful.
Right.
My zeal hath consumed me, because mine enemies have forgotten thy words. Thy word is very pure, therefore thy servant loveth it. I am small and despised, yet do not I forget thy precepts.
Right. No matter how big, no matter how small, we don't forget the law. No matter what level you get to, it says, ever a man be so perfect among the sons of men, he is nothing without thy wisdom. It's Wisdom of Solomon 9 and verse 3. Right? It doesn't matter how small you are. Wisdom, law. Doesn't matter how big you are, what stature you get to. It's about wisdom, the law. Go ahead.
Verse 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness.
Right.
And thy law is the truth.
Right? Thy law is what?
The truth.
Thy law is what?
The truth.
Sanctify them through thy word. Thy word is truth. So the word, the truth, the law, they're all synonymous with one another. What you got?
This quick one. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 8.
Read it.
It says, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand.
Go, now you got to read up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where do you want to read to?
Because you got to see what is he telling you to bind.
Oh, hear, O Israel?
Deuteronomy 6:4. Right?
Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
Right.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart.
It's actually verse 6, but go ahead.
And with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words, which I command thee this day, that shall be in thine hearts. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children. And thou shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes.
Right. That's supposed to keep, the frontlets is what keep the distractions out. The law is supposed to be like a horse. They have the frontlets. It blocks the side distractions, so they can be looking forward. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
Jump back to Psalms.
Psalms 119 and 143. Trouble and anguish have taken hold of me, yet thy commandments are my delights.
Who hasn't been troubled or been in anguish in this life? But what did you hold on to? What did you delight in? Right? Christ, he walked this earth and it was trouble and anguish. But what did he delight in?
The law.
The law. The will of the Most High, right? It said he said, despising the shame, but for the joy he endured the cross. Right? So sometimes we have to despise that anguish and that grief and that sorrow, and we got to move that to the side. We got to compartmentalize, because that's never going to go away. Sorrow and pain and, just those those mortal thoughts, you're not gonna just eradicate every mortal thought. But what you should be getting good at is being able to shorten the amount of time you sit inside of your mortal thoughts. That's the point. How do I shorten the amount of time I feel my mortality, as far as, man, I'm going through this and woe is me? What am I using to shorten the woe is me? Scriptures. Right? Some people be depressed and they be depressed for 3 months. And it's like, okay, well, now that you have the wisdom, you should be able to fight that depression. And when these thoughts hit, they might hit for a little while, but then you're able to snap out of it. Oh, you know what? Let me hit a brother up and talk to her. Let me hit one of my sisters up and talk to her, if I'm a sister. Let me make sure I'm communicating with my husband. Let me make sure I'm communicating with who I got to communicate with to get these spirits up off me faster. Because that's what those spirits want. They want to be able to sit on somebody and rest. Remember in Matthews, it said they sought place to rest and there was none? Where'd they go back to? The original place they come from. Right? So them spirits want to be able to rest and settle in. They, get comfortable, kick their feet up on the couch. They bring that toothbrush. They want to get a drawer in the dresser. Like, hey, you just moving in? Yeah, I'm moving in. I got the toothbrush, got my knapsack, I'm ready.
Got my own sheets.
Yeah, got my own sheets, all that.
Open.
Yep. What side of the bed is mine? Yeah, that's how them demons want to roll. But you can't allow them to settle in, right? They knocking at the door. You got to be able to look through that peek hole. Like, nah, I see what that is. Not welcome. Not welcome, right? You got to have to sign up like Corey. No solicitors. Right? Solicitors will be prosecuted to the highest extent, right?
Yo, God.
You gotta have a ring cam, like Corey got as soon as you even pull onto his block, his alarm is going off. Yeah. You pull around his corner, you don't even get to his front door, he's already on you on the ring cam. His ring cam go down the street.
Yeah.
you coming from all the way, but that's how we gotta be with these spirits. You gotta be able to see them coming, and you gotta know that they wanna be able to make a home in you. And you're the temple. Your body is a temple of God. But it could also be a temple of devils. And they want to be able to switch you from that godly temple, nicely adorned, overlaid with gold, ram skin, smelling like frankincense and myrrh. They want to change that into like a, whoredoms, a brothel. They want you to be the crack house, bed bugs, and the CeeLo house, and they want to switch you up into that negative, and you gotta recognize it, right? You gotta recognize it. So it's about, you can't avoid trouble and anguish. You can't avoid it, but you can shorten how long it rests on you, right? You can we're supposed to be able to do that. We're not supposed to be just settling into these negative thoughts. They're gonna hit. They're always gonna hit. Negative is always trying to hit. Right? But you have to find a way to block those. Overcoming evil with good, read on.
Verse 144.
It's getting restless.
The righteousness of thy testimonies is everlasting.
Right.
Give me understanding, and I shall live.
Right, read.
That's it.
Hey. Be quiet now. Too loud. Quit crying. I can hear you over there. Be quiet. Read.
Yep, that's it. You got it. Next reader.
He said next reader. Verse 145.
Let's go back from the top.
Any questions?
I was about to read.
Hey, you the dad mode.
My bad.
You hands in beds.
You all right, Daddy?
Hey, I was like, that's it, like.
Y'all ready?
Hey, Gun's voice shit.
I was like, next reader, all right? bad. And you. Everybody.
Rebuke them sharply that all may fear.
Psalms,
Psalms
144.
I'm not that guy. Come on.
Hey,
Nice as Israelite. Nice as Israelite. Go ahead, read.
Corey read Psalms 144. It says, the righteousness of thy testimonies.
Where you at?
Psalms 119, 144.
Okay.
Says, the righteousness of thy testimonies is everlasting. Okay, so Ecclesiastes chapter 17, verse 11.
Come on.
It says, beside this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an heritage. So this is basically, I put it together because the law of life is this book that we're reading right now. And this is our heritage to live and give to our children throughout history. So,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any questions or next read?
Next read, sir.
Oh, Corey, ready to get up? Okay. My bad, Corey.
I feel like I was getting scolded as a fourth reader. Gabar.
Who's next? Come on, man.
Gabar Shabbat Shaw Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
Gabar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yashalom, and it is right, Mike. Right.
Yahawah Shmi Al Shabrakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yal Shabrakatah.
That was more for the kids. Come on, that was for the kids, man.
That was hilarious.
Y'all can be back there going crazy. Y'all can't let them go. Your sisters can't let them be back there going crazy. Just, come on, they're just crying back there for no reason. Oh no, you don't want that. I'm gonna go ahead. Yep. Where you at? No, somebody gotta make me a shirt that says read.
You know, we also need another shirt that has two more precepts, and then at the bottom, an hour later.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. I don't know what this brother's talking about.
Hey, that'd be a dope shirt.
It's not charging at all.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Like the SpongeBob episode was like.
I wonder if it's the cord.
Yeah.
Yo,
Bless you.
maybe it's the cord.
Maybe it's the Apple.
It ain't the phone.
Maybe it's Android turning.
Disrespect is so high. Hey, go to my car real quick. There's a cord that's plugged into my, you'll see it. It's plugged in. Make sure you lock it back, please. And don't drop my headphones that are in the case. Hold the headphone case. Where we at?
Psalms 119, verse 145.
Right. What's the percentage? Is it going down?
We're at 79. I put
No,
it.
okay, no.
It's charging.
That only charges to 80%. It's good. That's how I had it set. That's how you protect the battery.
Oh, bruh. Okay.
Yeah, it stays at 80. That it don't go past that.
Oh.
That's a setting on the phone. So
Oh,
it's
well,
charging.
well, we good then.
Okay.
It prolongs the battery life.
That's how you prevent it from overcharging. Android. Right. Go ahead, read.
Psalms 119, verse 145. I cried with my whole heart.
Part of my heart.
My whole heart.
Half-heartedly.
My whole heart.
Yeah, and a lot of the times you cry with half your heart and you want a full response. You get what you put in. You come halfway to the Most High, He gonna half step towards you. You come wholeheartedly, He's gonna, okay, I see where you at. But you can't expect to get something that you're not giving. You just can't. Nothing works like that. No relationship works that way. Right? So wholeheartedness is what the Most High wants. Yeah, you can just give it to him. It's actually charging. Read on.
Hear me, O Lord.
Right.
I will keep thy statutes. I cried unto thee. Save me, and I shall keep thy testimonies. I prevented the dawning of the morning.
Right, meaning I woke up early. It's just the way it's worded, but he's basically saying he woke up early before the dawn. Go ahead.
And cried. I hope in thy word.
You know when you going through it and you you on the Most High's lawn, you on his front door. Some of us been there. You catching wreck. You can't sleep. Prayers. The sun is you praying. The sun about to come up. You already done set up your prayers. See what the sad part is when you ain't going through nothing. Where's that at? Right. All of a sudden you sleeping longer. Right, you extra rest, everything's going good. I ain't got to pray to the Most High. You're supposed to be on the Most High's lawn. You're supposed to be at his front door constantly, all the time like that. But we wait till we go through some things to pop up early, right? It shouldn't be like that. Our mind should be more towards popping up early, and the Most High is going to keep things going good for us.
It's the right thing to do.
Because it's the right thing to do, yes. Not because the Most High said it's a requirement, or the Bible said, no, what's in your spirit? Because there's things that you pop up and wake up early for, that are not in your spirit, right? And where a man's treasure is, that's where his heart will be also. So what do you treasure, right? The things you treasure, that's what you're gonna put your mind on. So we gotta ask ourselves, each individual rhetorically say, what do I treasure? And where is my mind constantly at? Am I trying to align my thoughts with the thoughts of the Father, or are my thoughts carried away in some vain situations, some vain thoughts, some vain hopes? That's what these are the things that we have to rationalize within ourselves. Read on.
Mine eyes prevent the night watches.
My eyes prevent, meaning again, I'm not able to sleep. The night watch is, I'm preventing that. I'm not able to close my eyes and sleep. Go ahead.
That I might meditate in thy word.
Right.
Hear my voice.
Go ahead.
Hear my voice.
Get your finger out your mouth. Read.
According unto thy loving kindness.
Go ahead.
O Lord, quicken me.
Do what?
Quicken me.
It is the spirit that quickens. Come on.
According to thy judgment.
According to what?
Thy judgment.
See that, and that's what we run from, the judgment. But the judgment is what quickens you. Right? That's what quickens us. The things that we have to go through. That's the refining. We don't want to be refined. We don't want to have things purged up off us. Go ahead.
They draw nigh that follow after mischief.
They do what?
They draw nigh that follow after mischief.
So while you're trying to keep righteousness and a standard and praise the Most High, there's always something negative drawing nigh to you.
Man, that's right.
Well, that's the condition of the battle that man must face on this earth. That there's good versus evil, one set against another. You choose who you want to be in this production.
Right.
You can be the evil, or you can be the good. That's every man's choice. Read on.
They are far from thy law.
They are what?
They are far from thy law.
Come on.
Thou art near, O Lord, and all thy commandments are truth. Concerning thy testimonies, I have known of old that thou hast founded them forever.
Right. The things are written aforetime are written for our learning, like he went to. Right. The testimonies from old, these are the things that we're supposed to look at and be rooted in. Any questions on that? You were at the 52? Yeah. Is that a pencil? Oh, that's a pencil. Next reader. Oh. Read. Sir. Hatazar, Shabbat Tashal, Yashakar, Banya Shala, men of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Shai Brakatham.
Ashy elbows on camera, it's crazy. Man. Ashy elbows. They look bad. They look bad in HD. I see it. Wait a minute. Hands down. No, you know it was crazy in Rochester. It was so dry. I was begging for lotion.
My hands were cracking.
I don't wear lotion. I'm sorry. But in Rochester, I needed it. Hands. I was punching flour. Yep. It was dry out there, man. Oh, man. Yeah.
Can I back up for a minute? Psalms 140, 119, 149. It says, "O Lord, quicken me according to thy judgments." I had a precept for go with it, which is actually Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 23 and 24.
Read it. Let's
see. It says, "O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps.
Right.
O Lord, correct me, but with judgment, not in thine anger, lest thou bring me to nothing." So I just wanted to put that in there because, you know, he's a quickening me according to my judgment. This is the quickening is by his judgment being upon us and showing us the right way. Put it like that.
Right. It's the chastisements that we don't like. Go to Hebrews real quick. It's the Hebrews 12? No chastening for the present? 12, yeah. It's the chastening that we don't like, but that is the refining process that we have to go through to be better. That's part of what quickens us. Right? That's part of what quickens us. Watch this. How do we know? Because it tells us, and that's a good scripture that you pulled. Read Hebrews 12 and what, 11?
Come.
Read it.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 11. Now no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous.
See, when you're going through a chastisement in the present time, it feels like it's going to kill you. You feel like it's the end of the road, you're dying. Right? And you're sunken down and you just feel like the whole universe, everything's against you. Most High hates me. Sometimes that's how it feels, depending on the level of chastisement that you're going through. Or let's look at it in a different way. The level of refinement that you're going through. The level of quickening that the Most High is trying to bring you through. Right? To quicken something means to bring to life. That's what it means. So ask yourself, how does gold be brought back to life? Yeah, because remember, gold is when they get the gold and it's intermingled with the sand and the dirt and all those different things. How do they make gold look lively?
Purified it.
With what? Fire. With fire. They put it through the purification. So to quicken gold, or to bring that gold to life, to give it that luster and that shine, and to remove impurities, you got to burn it. You got to dip it in that fire. You got to put it through that trial, through that crucible. We run from the crucible because it's too hot. But it's the beautiful thing about it is tailor-made just for each individual. He has a crucible. I have a crucible. He has a crucible. We all have a level of flame that the Most High puts us through that we can deal with. The trial of your faith being more precious than gold, though it perisheth not. So his trial of faith or his furnace is probably going to be a different temperature than your furnace, or everyone's furnace is tailor-made for them, to quicken them, not to destroy you. See, we look at certain concepts wrong. We look at the refining process as a negative, but then how else are you going to get that beautiful gold that you desire so much?
Right. That's true.
How else are you going to get that refined silver that you desire so much? Right? How are you going to get that sharpened blade? Well, sometimes they got to combine metals. And they got to heat up certain metals to a point to combine them to be able to get that blade that's razor sharp. And that won't just break when it hits something. right? So that process is involved, and then you got to hammer it, right? Was the smith? He got to beat that thing down and beat it into shape. So it goes under fire, then it goes under pressure, all these different things to get it to what it needs to be. Come on, man. That ain't fun. It ain't joyous. It says it seemeth grievous. Go ahead.
But grievous.
Read.
Nevertheless.
Come on.
Afterward.
After you take it through its process, what happens?
It yielded the peaceable fruit.
How can something dead yield anything? It can't, right? Yeah. It's showing us that there's a product that comes from the chastening. There should be, at least. There should be something that you're able to. Think about what is fruit? Nourishment. They call fruit like the earth's candy. Fruit is like, it's sweet, it's good, it's delicious, right? But it said that there's a peaceable fruit. Fruit is something that you're supposed to be able to eat and partake in. After what? You plant your tree, it grows, it matures, it yields its fruit for your enjoyment. There should be something that you're able to look back on and say, you know what, I went through that for a reason. Here's the fruits of why I went through that. This is what I've learned. This is what I've accomplished. This is what has been purged out of my spirit. I was this way, I went through my trials, my tribulations, I got the pride off me. I got the contention off me. I got the hatred. I got this. I got that. That's what it's meant to do. It's supposed to yield a peaceable fruit. Come on.
Of righteousness unto
what?
Righteousness unto them which are exercised thereby.
No, unto anybody.
Unto them which are exercised thereby.
Them that avoid the chastening.
Which are exercised thereby.
We don't like to exercise. Exercising, what are you doing when you exercise and you're building muscle? What do you got to do to build muscle?
Reps.
But what do those reps do?
They rip the muscle.
Aren't they breaking the muscle?
Yep.
Breaking the muscle down
to build it back up.
to build it back up. We don't want to do the breakdown part. We just want to be built up. But you got to break down certain, like it says, breaking down strongholds, right? You got to break down those strongholds so you can be built up in the spirit. You got to break your body so you can build up that muscle. We don't want to do the breaking part. We just want to do the building up part. But you can't stack righteousness on wickedness. No. Right? It's not going to work. The foundation has to be Christ, like it says in Corinthians. Right? Everything else is going to be burnt up. The foundation has to be sure. And then you build up on there. And you got to make sure you build the right way. Right? So the quickening and the judgments, that's what it's going into as far as you go through what you go through the trials, you go through the tribulations, but that's supposed to not destroy you. It's not supposed to bring you to the edge where all of a sudden I don't know about life anymore. I'm going through these chastisements, you know what, I give up. I don't know about this Bible thing. I don't know about, no, you're supposed to sit back and say, you know what, the Most High is dealing with me. Spirit is dealing with me. It's correcting certain things about me. It's building other things in me simultaneously. I'm going to keep rolling. I'm going to keep pushing. It's the only way to be in this thing long term. That's the God that you serve. The problem is you've been told that you serve a God of only one attribute. God is love. God is love. Yeah, he does love you. He said he loved those that he chastised. He said he chastised those that he loved. They don't teach you that part. When your parents gave you a beating, did it mean they hated you? No. When they didn't whoop you or didn't chastise you, that mean that they wasn't really caring for you like that. And you felt it like that. They just let me do whatever. Yeah, they don't care.
Like you're not gonna say nothing?
Nope. I don't care. I don't care. But you say something because you care. Chastise because you care.
Right.
But a kid, you don't care. If you don't care, you're not gonna waste your words, waste your actions, waste your blessings. You're just gonna let them just do what you want. Let him, and then you. What you got?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say that while we're going through this chastening, a lot of us, I'm not saying a lot of us, but some people, they turn their countenance towards the Most High negative.
Yep.
And I was gonna read this in Ecclesiastes chapter 26 and verse 4. It says whether
Ecclesiastes is what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 26 and verse 4.
Okay.
In the red book, it's page 86. It says, whether a man be rich or poor, if he have a good heart toward the Lord, he shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance. So when you're going through these chastenings, you cannot change your countenance towards the Lord, thinking that he's mad at you, angry at you. You got to go through these things to grow. And that's what I want to bring out.
Right. It says in Deuteronomy, whatsoever is brought up on me, take cheerfully. Is it or Ecclesiastes? Ecclesiastes. It's Ecclesiastes 2. I was thinking about another scripture. Right. Ecclesiastes 2 tells us whatever is brought up on us, take cheerfully. You have to be in that mind, or else you're gonna let those problems weigh you down. The problem itself will start to it'll take you to the point of no return.
Yeah.
You'll start to drown in your sorrows. It won't even be the problem no more, it'll just be the sorrows of the problem. Think about that. The problem ain't the problem, it's the sorrow that you're feeling from the problem. It's the grief. Right? Who else has something? Asherai? What?
Just piggybacking off of what you guys were saying.
Piggyback off me. No, that I'm playing. Pigs up in here.
Baruch 4 and 25.
Baruch what?
4 and 25.
Go ahead, get it. Land me back in. You land me back in here. We don't pick. You're not gonna get my real help. You don't get no grace from me. Read.
Baruch chapter 4 and verse 25. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that has come from you.
Come on.
From God.
Do what?
Suffer patiently.
Do what?
Suffer patiently.
And that's our problem. Israelites don't want to be patient. We want things now. And we always question, why do I have to go through this? You forget. You forget. Remember, it says in the day of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction. In the day of affliction, there's a forgetfulness of prosperity. You forgot why you had to be chastened. We forget all the things we've done that we don't deserve anything. Your righteousness is as filthy rags. That we are not deserving of anything, and that if it wasn't for grace and mercy, bro, we wouldn't even be here. That's right. Yeah, that's right? We'd be destroyed anyway. So now, the least you can do is just be patient in tribulation. The least you can do is just hold some integrity and long suffer. And sometimes you might have to suffer wrongfully, but read it again. I like it.
My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is to come upon you from God.
Right.
For that enemy hath persecuted thee. But shortly thou shalt see his destruction and shalt tread upon his neck.
Yeah. So you're gonna suffer that wrath and that persecution, but then the tides will be turned. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. And in that, there's lights that lighten your feet to not fall into, I gotta be vengeful. I gotta avenge myself. No, just wait patiently. Let the Most High have his way. Let him allow what he's going to allow, and then the tides will turn. But what do you have to do?
Be patient.
Integrity. Steadfast. Patience. Long suffering. Charity. Brotherhood. Sisterhood. Unity. Faithfulness. Right? You got to display all those characteristics in the face of adversity. Deal with it. Suck it up. That's what the Bible is saying. Suck it up. Corey, and that, wait, you got something else?
No, just in regards, like when you don't wait patiently, it's like the Most High, he sends you more destruction. And it's like, oh, okay, you don't wanna humble yourself? All right, I'm giving you this. This is the wrath that I'm sending to you. You deserve it.
Okay,
Just
I'm
take it.
gonna ask you a question. When you don't wait patiently, you get more destruction. Where does that come from? Because if you're not waiting patiently, that means you're taking things upon yourself, right? So who brings that destruction? Who brings that destruction?
Yourself.
Raise your hand. But Khan, you're right. Yourself. What, you want to say yourself?
I was gonna say yeah.
Okay, say it. You got your hand up.
I was gonna say it comes from the mistakes that you make in your judgments and knowing how to get out of the situation.
In your hastiness, right? In being hasty, you tend to make mistakes, and in that destruction, now you're pulling destruction on your own self. It's no longer, oh, the Most High is no, it's not. You self-inflicted. Self-inflicted wounds because not being patient.
Yeah, it's like how it says in 2nd Ezra, ye have not as it were forsaken me, but your own selves.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's sometimes we'll pull destruction on ourselves with our own hands, like it's saying Wisdom of Solomon, because of lack of patience. Because you don't want to sit still, but really, because I want to avoid the feeling of this ass whooping. Just plain and simple. Remember when you was a kid and you was being bad and your mama said, wait till your daddy get home, and you were like, whoa, how do I avoid that? You start doing dishes. You went and put on the church clothes, suit and tie, try to take a bath, look clean, try to look handsome.
Homework done.
Homework done for the next month. You did all your chores. Mama, you need any help with anything? Mama, you need that?
I'm here. I'm a
yeah,
servant.
Yeah.
I'm a servant,
What you need me to do? Like you try to avoid pops. Because you knew when he came home, what was that? He wasn't having words.
Yeah, no talking.
None.
He wasn't having words. He was gonna get the report, and he was gonna get that belt. You couldn't talk about that whooping. Right? Some of us got different style butt whoopings. You got the paddle. I remember Zion used to tell me about his pops. He beat him with that wooden paddle. Had to it knocked the spirit out of you. Right? Hey, I used to get grandma used to get the damn tree limb. Switch.
Good old switch.
Moms would just throw anything at you. The whole iron coming at you. Hangers. Yeah. You know, but you try to avoid the feeling, right? But that's the problem. In trying to avoid, you cause more issue. You cause more issue because you don't want to be broken. And then that causes you to be more headstrong. Go to Maccabees real quick. And what is it? Where it says the look at you know what I'm talking about? I didn't say it, but you know what I'm talking about.
Be not discouraged.
Yeah. Yep.
2nd Maccabees chapter 6 verse 12.
Yep.
2nd Maccabees chapter 6 verse 12. Now I beseech those that read this book,
right,
that they be not discouraged for these calamities, but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction.
Yeah. See, there's a difference between destruction and what? Read.
But for a chastening.
And so there's a difference between destruction and chastisement. Chastisement is correction. Destruction is destruction. Right? There's a difference between beating your kid and abusing them. When you turn that belt buckle, when you rip it, and then that belt buckle is the part that's coming out, the buckle itself, and you like, boom! That's abuse. That's abuse. But when you 7 across the backside swiftly, I like to talk in between my lashes. Stop. Wait.
PTSD, bro.
Yeah. He's like he the only one.
He started to itch already.
Yeah, he started itching. I like to talk about things while I'm giving my 7 lashes. I give them 7.
I was like, remember, I got A's.
Yeah, right. I'm doing good in school, Dad. All right, keep that behavior up. But because it's about correcting and not trying to destroy. Right? The Most High is about correcting us and not trying to destroy us. And what is he using to correct us? The people around us, the nations around us. You got the white man on your neck, putting you in slavery, making you work his jobs, making you put his kids through college, making you build his infrastructure, making you do all the dirty jobs, right? Not to destroy, because if it was about destroying us, we would have died in slavery. We would have all died when we jumped off the boats in the Atlantic. We would have died in the sub-Saharan slave trade, which was worse than the transatlantic slave trade. We would have been done there. We would have died in Jerusalem when the Romans had us in occupation. We would have died there. We would have died when the Greeks came through and Hellenized us. We would have died there. We would have died with the Assyrians. We would have died with the Babylonians. The Persian and Mede captivity. He could have wiped us out in Egypt when they had us in hard bondage. It was never to wipe us out. He could have wiped us out in the wilderness with Moses. How come he didn't do that if it was for our destruction? No, it was for our correction, for our chastisement. That's why I say, those that read this book, don't be dismayed. Don't get disheartened. Don't lose faith. Go ahead.
But for a chastening of our nation.
See that? For a chastening of our nation. Come on.
For it is a token of his great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished.
Right. And so you can see that we were constantly punished quick. Right? We were the wicked doers that were punished quickly, but look at the other nations. Like, yeah, just like, how long is the white man gonna be just the white man? Just living the way he's living. Just destroying the earth. And just destroying anything that comes into his path. He ain't been corrected yet. The Most High is not giving him the great tokens. He's not giving him that little bit of chastisement here and there to get him back on track. What he's gonna do is chop him down immediately in one blow, and then that's gonna be it. So bad, too sad. Too bad, so sad. Come on. Read on.
Verse 14. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbears to punish.
Right.
Till they become to the fullness of their sins.
Right.
So dealeth he with us.
Right. Come on, he deals with us, not like the other nations. Read.
Verse 15. Least that, being come to the height of sin, afterwards he should take vengeance of us.
So imagine being punished for the fullness of your sins that you've done. All at one time. Like imagine your child comes home on Monday, bad report from school. Tuesday, bad report from school. All the way to Friday. And then you give them that whooping on Saturday? Woo! They get that whole week.
And then they're disrespectful at the house.
All that. The point is, they do something at school on Monday. Hey, son, what's going on? The teacher, chill out. Tuesday, they do something. Okay, if I get another, I'm taking the game. Wednesday, take the game. Listen, if I get it, I'm gonna have to. And then you try to like not whoop them, right? But it's like they be begging. It's like, please whoop me, please, daddy, please beat me. They be yearning for the ass whooping.
So instead of the 7 lashes, they get like 42 at once.
Right, that's the thing. But see, if you're constantly, if you're chastising, and I'm using this week because if Monday you talk to them, Tuesday you did something, Wednesday you did something, by the time it comes to having to get the belt out, you have to have the mind that I've already been chastising through this thing. Let me not take out the full anger. Let me not take out the full anger. What is this? Gifts? What is that at? Man, trying to get me hype. She's trying to get me turned up in here. She's trying to keep us here all the way to a 9.
Oh, Patrick.
Go ahead. Oh, is he up?
No, he's not.
Oh, yo. I was like, oh,
Getting ready.
Damien, shalom.
My friend.
Damien, my man, my brother. Shalom. Our brother Damien is on. Damien is my guy. What's up?
But no, I was gonna say, normally when a parent, when they don't when you see that a parent don't chastise their kid over the little stuff, a lot of times they sit there and they wait, they let their patience run out.
Yep.
And then that's when they try to whoop them, and then that's when the abuse comes.
Yep.
It's because you're doing it now out of anger versus out of the love.
That's when you punching them in the face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's when you like get like body blows. Bah! Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes they're trying to take you there too. Sometimes they trying to take you there. As they get older, they really try to act like the belt ain't enough or your words ain't enough.
Really? I mean, right?
And then you gotta really restrain yourself like, yo, if I hit you one time, bro, with this closed fist.
Old man strength.
Yeah, it's gonna crumble you.
Already.
All your bones are gonna turn into dust. Yep.
That also go back to what the sister was saying about like, because you didn't punish your kids when you were supposed to. Now it kind of like your kids are now bothering you. They're frustrating you. They're throwing you off. They're the punishment to you.
I said you conquer your child. See, this is your fault. This is your fault.
My what?
Because you said that, and then all of a sudden we in the chat scoffers. Huh? You talking about Patrick and John pops up talking about he's Diddy. Come on, man. Anyway, let's not be distracted by that. We almost done. We almost done. Let's let him type whatever you want to type. We can block him later. But that's the point, right? The Most High dispenses the chastisement on us. He's been lengthening, he's drawn out the time. Because again, slavery was supposed. Watch this. Put any other people under the slavery that we went under, and what happens?
They did fumble.
Yeah,
crumble.
They are finished. First of all, they paying us to go to other countries to have babies with their people.
Yep.
Japan, we need black men. Come through, 10,000, have baby.
Yep. China.
They paying us to go and have babies.
Korea also.
Yeah, y'all didn't know that? Now y'all gonna try to. All of a sudden, brothers want to open a camp in Japan.
I got spread the truth.
Not happening, brother. You're not going
everywhere. Our people are everywhere, huh?
Yeah, lie, bro. That's not happening. No, sir. But they paying brothers. They paying, and they're specifically saying black men.
Yeah.
Because they see the strength. They want the genes. They can't produce, right? Go to Europe and deal with them Italians and all that. They weak as hell. They can't reproduce. They call baby boomers generation or whatever. They're not booming.
Yeah,
they're not booming at all.
I don't know if y'all know, it's actually really terrible in these other countries.
The birth rate is bad.
Yeah, it's very bad.
What's that?
No, what you was talking about? Is that what that's what those? They were talking about passport bros. Is that what that was about?
No, passport bros before that.
Oh,
that's before.
So what that was about?
Passport bros?
Were they just going over there?
Going over, it's easier.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But this is something different. It's like they'll put board up, they'll give you money. They just want you to stay. You got to sign a contract, stay for a year.
They have black babies?
They have children for them.
I hear you.
Where were you at?
I watch news.
Read.
And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us. And though he punished with adversity, yet doeth he never forsake his people.
And that's the thing that gets us, is the adverse ways that the Most High deals with us. It's so adverse. It's like, whoa, why? Like, damn, slavery. That's a fuck. Yep. Tells you in Deuteronomy, you're gonna be under the oppression of other people. You're gonna go to them for you don't want me to be your ruler. You're gonna be ruled over. Right? Take our land, take our language, take our this, take our yep. You don't want to be who you are. I'm gonna let somebody else be it, quote unquote, and you're gonna be jealous. At first, you ain't gonna care. You're gonna have to fight for it. They're gonna deny you. But I got you in the end. That's the point, right? So remember, this chastisement, this judgment, this quickening through the judgment, it's that refining process that we try to avoid. We can't avoid it. As much as you try, you can't avoid it. You can't avoid the Most High. It's better to just accept it and roll with the punches. Y'all can drop where y'all at. Let's continue. Because they about to get up in this chat, go crazy, and I'm about to have to turn into another man. I ain't trying to do all that. I don't want to turn into a troll. I ain't trolling nobody today. But you ain't gonna just troll me. I'm trying to be nice. Listen, I'm telling y'all, I'm a nice brother. Nicest Israelite in the room. Nicest Israelite on YouTube. Where we at?
Psalm 119, verse 153.
Okay.
Consider my affliction and deliver me, for I do not forget thy law. Plead my cause and deliver me. Quicken me according to thy word. Salvation is far from the wicked.
Salvation is far from the wicked. Go ahead.
For they seek not thy statutes.
And that's why they won't be saved. They don't seek the law, the statutes, the commandments. Go ahead.
Great are thy tender mercies, O Lord. Quicken me according to thy judgment. Many are my persecutors and my enemies, yet do I not decline from thy testimony. I beheld the transgressor and was grieved, because they kept not thy word. Consider how I love thy precepts. Quicken me, O Lord, according to thy loving kindness. Thy word is true from thy beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgment endureth forever.
Was that it?
Yes, sir.
Princes have persecuted me without a cause, but my heart standeth in awe of thy word. I rejoice at thy word, as one that findeth great spoil. I hate and abhor lying.
Yep, I hate and abhor lying. Go ahead.
But thy law do I love. 7 times a day do I praise thee because of thy righteous judgments. Great peace have they which love thy law.
What do they have?
Great peace.
Who has it?
That love thy law.
Yeah. There's peace in keeping the commandments. And there's peace in having brothers and sisters around you that keep. I don't gotta worry about, and the brother's gonna try to steal my rib, steal my kid, like the brother's gonna touch on my kid. I don't gotta worry about that. I worry about that with them out there in the world. I don't worry about that in here because we're all in the same mind. So I don't have to be super weird, like, why is that brother talking to my wife? What they talking about? Oh, nah. Hey, brother, don't be talking to my wife without me standing there. That's crazy, right? I don't have that mind like a brother's trying to infringe and covet and be, you know what I'm saying? Like a brother saying shalom to my rib and he's trying to commit adultery. That's crazy, right? We shouldn't have to. I don't even think like that out there, but I do think like, yo, they ain't got no standard.
Yeah, it's no law.
So adultery is not off the table with them. That's your wife? Well, guess what? How much? Or what that got to do with me? You see it in the world. Like, she got a ring on her finger. And, yeah, you can't have friends. It's like, what? You can't have friends lead to. So in the world, you got people that don't keep laws. It's no peace because they're constantly breaking rules. They're constantly doing the negative. Right? So there's a different mind state that we supposed to have amongst each other. That there's a freedom. There's a freedom that we're supposed to have and a liberty. Remember Paul said it, they came to spy out our liberties. There's a liberty that we should have amongst one another. And we ain't gotta worry about what they worry about out there. Right? How many of us have sent our kids to each other's houses? Right? I'm not on the phone every 5 minutes like, put my kid on the phone. You okay? You good? Anybody touch you? Anybody did? Like, no. Who's on the house? Who's all? Yeah. We're not, what they in there doing? Oh, they smoking. Huh? What are you talking about? You see that?
Huh?
Like, come on, like let's be real. We ain't gotta worry about that, right?
Right.
But send them to a different family member's house. You gotta. So what'd you do?
Oh, they said.
What'd you see?
What'd you eat?
What'd you eat? What did it like? And you gotta ask them 50 million questions to make sure that they wasn't getting fed pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, pizza with pepperoni. Like you gotta do all that. You're not at peace, and you're worrying. If I send my kids to Corey, I'm not worried about. Shit, Corey just like me. He gonna be on their ass. He gonna be on top of them, right? So I already know he gonna have Noah in line, in check, right? So I'm like, yeah, you can go with Corey. Yeah, same thing. Like I know that brothers are gonna and sisters, we're gonna deal with our kids respectfully, but we're gonna also we're not gonna let our kids just be out of line because the parents ain't there. Right? I'm gonna treat my kids the way I treat your kids. Treat your kids the way I treat my kids. So then guess what they gonna do? They gonna get yelled at.
Put them hands on
I mean, I'm not really into like.
You can.
Me personally, I try to take that to the last. Yeah.
Oh.
That's like the last option.
Yeah.
To be whooping on somebody else's kids.
There's literally nothing else I could do.
They gotta be really on some type of time for me to have to do all that. But usually, you see me, I raise my voice, everyone does this.
Oh yeah, we know.
Right? But I rather that than having to go to the extremes of beating somebody else's kids. I don't even like to beat my own kids. So, but the point is, I'll let you know. The point is, I'm going to discipline regardless. Not going to let your kids get away with madness, right? They know they can't come to my house doing madness. I'm gonna say something. Get your shoes off the couch. Don't walk around while you eat. Y'all be hearing it. Like, look, go sit down while you eating. Don't walk around the house eating.
Right.
Don't put your shoes in the couch. Why? Because you don't want them to do that at your house. I don't want my kids to go to your house and do that. So I teach my children to carry themselves a certain way at home. So when they get to your house, they're not doing the Rick James on your couch. Yeah, looking you dead in the eye, like, and then you like, what is going on? And you like, wait,
what did you spot?
Or you walking around, like my thing is the walking around eating, and they just dropping crumbs like little crumb machines.
Yeah.
And then they don't even sweep. Now, Manasha,
No.
bro, he was at my mom's house with the broom. She was like, he's gonna be a good kid. I'm like that, but he'll walk around and sweep and try to clean up. But most kids ain't on that. They're not trying to sweep up after themselves. They just walk around making a mess. It's like, yo, sit down and eat. I'm always on my kids about that. Sit at the table, get a plate. Now, I don't always sit down and eat. I don't never sit down and eat, right? But I'm a grown man. It's my house. I know how to sweep.
Right.
That's the difference. You ain't sweeping up nothing. You ain't cleaning. You ain't killing ants. You ain't chasing the varmint that you create, right? But I don't want them to go to somebody else's house and do that, and have those bad habits. So that's the thing. We don't have to worry about. The point is, when we're amongst each other, I'm not worried about some negative popping off to where now, damn, is somebody gonna make it home, or is somebody gonna end up in the more? I don't worry about that stuff. I'm like, man, we about to be around the brothers. We about to have a good time, right? The whole Rochester, when we was out there, I wasn't worried about what negative is about to pop off amongst us. I'm like, bro, we about to kick it. We about to chill. I'm not worried about who's gonna drink and get so faded that they can't control themselves. We don't worry about those things. Who's gonna dip off over here? Who's gonna do this? We always gotta worry about who's gonna come amongst us, outside of us, and propagate some negative, right? That's what I worry about, but I still don't even worry about that. I feel like when we're around each other and gather, the Most High shields that situation from all that outside, and He actually moves things out the way so we can have our good times and we can be around each other without worry, in peace. Why? Because we're doing the thing that He asks, right? We're keeping the testimony, we're keeping the law, we're doing what the Most High commanded. Oh, come on, we don't have that problem. Right. But in the world, they got problems. Go ahead.
Great peace have they which love thy law.
Yeah, it says the works of righteousness bring peace. Go ahead.
And nothing shall offend them.
Come on.
Lord, I have hoped for thy salvation and done thy commandments. My soul have kept thy testimonies, and I love them exceedingly. I have kept thy precepts and thy testimonies, for all my ways are before thee.
Is it me?
It's on you.
Right. Where am I at? Oh, okay, right. Psalms 119 and verse 169. Let my cry come near before thee, O Lord. Give me understanding according to thy word. And that's what we want. Right? It says, get wisdom with all thy getting, get understanding. You want to be able to understand the words on the paper. That's the main thing. 171, my lips shall utter praise when thou hast taught me the 171. 170, let my supplication come before thee. Deliver me according to thy word. Let my lips shall utter praise when thou hast taught me thy statutes. My tongue shall speak of thy word. For all thy commandments are righteousness. See that? All thy commandments are righteousness. Right? You better highlight that. Stop playing. All thy commandments are righteousness. Get that first. No, I don't like that. It's wax. Can you write on that? Can you write on that when you do it?
You need like a
right over it?
Yeah.
Right. All thy commandments are righteousness. I don't need it. It's all
I'll
right.
say it.
Let thine hand help me. See that? Let thine hand help me, not let me help myself. Let thine hand. There you talk about the hand, the right arm, the right hand. That's what we got to sit back and wait for, that patience to let the hand of the Lord help us. And that hand comes in many different ways. That hand comes in the form of brothers and sisters, leadership, right? Like, remember, the Most High's hand ain't gonna fall out the heavens through the roof and lift you up out of something. But he sends people your way, right? He sends, he allows situations to not be as detrimental. But sometimes we gotta just sit back and be a little bit patient. I think all the time we gotta be patient, right? And not try to force the hand of the Lord and not try to force our hand into something.
I got it.
What you got?
Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 1. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save.
Because that's what you're saying when you want to put your hand in a thing. It's like, well, the Most High is not, his hands ain't fast enough. Or his hands is too short. Or his reach is not reaching enough. You're kind of saying that in a roundabout way, that he can't help. How can he not help when he's the one that brought you into the situation? He's the one that set the stage. He's the one that set the parameters. And he just wants to see what you're going to do. Go ahead.
Neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear.
Right, I've been praying, but he ain't, yeah. He hears you, but he wants you to keep praying.
He might not want you to pray. Like, he might not want to give you the thing that you're praying for. He might destroy you. He might consume your mind.
He ain't gonna give you nothing that you can't handle.
Right.
Some of the things we ask for, we can't handle. And they're good things that we ask for, but you still can't handle it. Because you haven't been able to prove that you can handle the small things. Right? So you praying, he ain't answering. Oh, he's answering, but he's just not giving you specifically exactly what you want. He's giving you little tidbits here and there. Then you don't need right now. It's not profitable right now. It may not benefit you right now. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Oh, that's it? Okay, jump back. Psalms 119. I'll start at 74 again. I have long. No. 73. 173. Let thine hand help me, for I have chosen thy precepts. See that? So it's like I chose to follow the commandment and the law and the wisdom. So let thine hand help me. To do what? What's the whole point? Help me to do what? to continue to do these things, to continue to do this good, right? I have verse 174. I have longed for thy salvation, O Lord, and thy law is my delights. So again, ask yourself, what do you delight in? What is the apple of your eye? That's what you're going to give yourself over to. Let my soul live, and it shall praise thee, and let thy judgments help me. 176. I have gone astray like a lost sheep. Seek thy servant. Right? For I do not forget thy commandments. It's like I think it was Christ. He said, what man having, what was it, 99 sheep and lose one? And you want to go after that one? Yeah. You know you got 90, you don't want to lose any, right? So this is what he's communicating. If I'm gone astray, seek me, deliver me, guide me back to the fold. For I do not forget thy testimonies. Amen. Psalms 119. That took a month. Any questions on that? Any questions on the reading? Any questions off of the reading? Any topic? What we got? No, that wasn't a question. You go First Peter's. He was making a statement with that scripture. That wasn't a question. Any questions? I got a question. Can I ask it?
Yes. Go
Why
ahead.
y'all get nervous? Why y'all get nervous like that?
Hey,
Damn, I just elective gas. All I was gonna ask is where y'all wanna do the feast at tomorrow? Y'all capping hard. Oh, that's it? Like everyone held their breath. Where we gonna be at tomorrow? Where y'all wanna be at? My house is open, y'all know that. Locker Rob's house is open, y'all know that. I think Corey's house is open, y'all know that. Rashad's house is open, y'all know that. Where y'all wanna be at? I don't wanna say Rashad's house is open, but I'm guessing that his house is open. What?
What time are we starting the feast?
I mean, bruh, listen. Bruh. What time are we starting?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow ain't nothing open. Right? So we can start early, because guess what? People gotta work on Monday. We can start early, as long as when the sun goes down, that's when the feast is broken. So as long as we all together at sundown, we good. This is kind of how I envisioned it. This is just me. What I thought was maybe we, whatever house we're at, if the resident doesn't care, we could just have it where, hey, we start at 1, and it's not like an official start, but the house is open at 1 and people could just start popping through. Right? I'm gonna be at the crib cooking, y'all know that. So my house is open. Our house is open, so what are we doing? As they gather all their 1,000 questions online, y'all wanna just wait for the chat and vote? Throw it in the chat and vote?
Well, you said, cause stuff that
You
I'm
start itching. Damn.
No, because what I'm making, the stuff that I'm gonna make, we can't eat it till sundown anyway. Certain things that I'm gonna make.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you making pies and all types of bread, all types of leaven. You bringing all that wickedness back into our spirits. Okay, I see what you got, brother. Expert, he couldn't even wait for it. He just wanted to get us on. I'm joking.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I ain't going
and I'm gonna be on the grill all day.
So I just say quasi-up. I mean, everybody just vote. Like, quasi-up. I vote quasi-up's house.
He didn't even wait for the chat. Oh wow. Okay, look, this is what we gonna do. Just
like, hold up.
Put it in the chat. No, because I ain't gonna lie, I vote my house too. Right? But I ain't gonna lie about it, like I do. But because after I start cooking, y'all know, come on, man, I don't want to go nowhere.
Well, can I use your kitchen to cook in then?
If you want it.
Come on, then.
But I think she's making. You making something that requires the stove and the oven. Yeah, if you want to, rub elbows with the rib, it's all good. You don't, bro. My house is always open for business.
So you want to just put it in the chat? Just put it in the
Throw it in the chat and be like, go in the chat. You go in the chat and say voting on the house for the feast.
Yep.
Put your vote. What house? And then we do it like that. I ain't gonna vote. That way everybody got a vote. Okay, any questions other than that? That was my question. Just wanted to get that out the way. Are there any other Bible questions? Damien, now's your chance, Damien. I mean, it's all good, right? It's all good. Wait a little bit longer. I mean, did everybody get some rest from the drives and all the running around? You get a little bit of rest at least? This guy right here. This guy right here is Captain. So, okay. All right, I mean, nothing online, I ain't gonna hold y'all. I guess let's close that up. Let's close it out. We gotta be here all day. We don't need one more precept. We don't need one more. We don't need two more verses. Why LaShawn said that quite times?
You know what I'm saying? See?
Yo, wait, Callie, she voted my house. That sister voted me. Mm-hmm. All right, you want to do it? Yeah. Yes. Come on. So now we're just gonna do the closing prayers. Since there was no questions.
We're gonna end it. Damien, you have no questions?
Who?
Damien.
Damien ain't got no questions. You bring the kids in here. Bid the children to come towards you. Bid the children to come. Forbid them not. Turn off the TV. Come on, you little children. You little children. Okay, you ready? Huh? Oh, what do you put? Okay. Michael, I got a question. Okay. Let's sit back down. So his question is, did the Creator Yah himself ever once say these words? Christ to rise from the dead on the third day, yes or no? Thanks. That's his question. His question is, did the Creator Yah himself ever once say these words? And then he put in parentheses, Christ to rise from the dead on the third day, yes or no? Thanks. What y'all want to say to that? What y'all want to say to that? Verbatim, no.
Verbatim, no, right.
Verbatim, no. Verbatim, no. He didn't say that. You're not going to read that from Genesis to Malachi. You're not going to read Christ rise from the dead. You're not going to read that. But what you do have is prophetic speech of saviors. What you do have is prophetic speech of salvation for Israel, right? Through a Messiah. You do have messianic prophecies right? There's a lot of things that like before David came, did you hear David's name before David was born? Was David spoken about in Genesis? And David is going to be the king of Israel. Where do you read about David at? Oh, okay. You see my point? Do y'all see my point? Yeah, David's name wasn't mentioned until David came on the scene. Saul's name wasn't mentioned until Saul came on the scene. Abraham's name wasn't mentioned until Abraham came on the scene. That's all I'm saying is, if we take that angle, then we'd have to take that angle with every single person in the Bible. When was Jacob prophesied, and when was Jacob prophesied and the things that Jacob was going to do, and Joseph was going to be put in jail? When was that prophesied before it happened, or when did Yah say those words before it happened? See, I mean, so we just got to look at the scriptures for what they are, right? There's certain prophecies that allude to a Messiah. We could read Genesis 49. We could read what is it, Micah 5, I believe. Yeah, we can read all through the book of Isaiah. All right, we can read a few different things, but I guess what it would mean, what it is basically, what is your lens, right? If you have an Old Testament only lens, then I can understand the question, right? If you're just asking to ask, I understand the question also. I'm not, I get it. Oh, what did he add?
Why did the Son of Mary say it is written? Why did the Son of Mary say it is written in the law and prophets?
Right.
Christ to rise from the dead on the third day. In Luke 24:46, did he lie?
Did Mary lie? No, Mary didn't lie. See, everything that's, because it says, and it was written, doesn't mean it was a direct quotation. Right? Everything is not a direct quotation. I see we're gonna have to go there real quick. Go to Luke.
I'm right there.
Where you at?
So Luke chapter 24 verse 46.
Right. Let me get there.
You want me to start at 44?
Luke what?
24 verse 46.
Michael Smith, if you don't mind me asking, what's your biblical lens? What do you subscribe to? Are you Old Testament only? Are you Yah only? Do you subscribe that you're an Israelite? Like, what's your lens that you look at the Bible through? Do you not subscribe to the New Testament at all? Well, I'm just trying to understand you, so I can know what I'm dealing with. Go ahead.
You want me to start at verse 44 or go straight to 46?
Where you at?
Luke chapter 24 verse 46.
Read up real quick. Read up real quick.
Luke chapter 24 verse 44.
Right.
And he said unto them, These are the words which I spake unto you,
right,
while I was yet with you,
right,
that all things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses.
Right. So, go ahead.
And in the prophets.
Right. So we know that in the law of Moses there were things written about, like when you go to Deuteronomy 18:18, it said what? One from among your brethren would be raised up. Now, again, depending on the lens that you subscribe to, you might say that was talking about Joshua. Or you might say that was talking about Isaiah. Or you might say that was talking about one of the prophets of old. What we subscribe to is that was speaking of Christ. It wasn't speaking of Joshua. Go ahead.
And in the Psalms concerning me.
And in the Psalms, you might say, well, I follow, thus saith the Creator Yah in the law and prophets, written word of God. If this is wrong, evil, or incorrect, then tell us why and give us a better substitute. Thanks. Well, again, it all depends on if you take all 80 books, which we do, or if you deal with Genesis to Malachi. That's all I'm trying to understand. Right? That's all I'm trying to understand. So I can understand where you're coming from. Right? Michael Smith, this sounds familiar. This sounds like one of the Clubhouse dudes. This sounds like one of the Clubhouse bros. There's a Michael Smith on Clubhouse. He's an OT only. All he want to do is fight Israelites. Right? And his thing is, thus saith Yah. Thus saith the Lord. Right? Thus saith, like it's all Old Testament, which is fine. If that's what you subscribe to, I don't want to fight you. We just don't subscribe to that. Right? And I'm not gonna sit here and try to fight you on something that I know I'm not gonna convince you. All I can do is say that, hey, we believe in the whole book. Right? And so when certain prophecies are written, like Deuteronomy 18 and 18, certain things that are written in the Psalms, we attribute that to the Messiah in the New Testament, from Matthew to Revelation. Right? I'm not going to try to convince you. Man, waited the whole time just to... Go ahead, read.
Verse 45.
Right.
Then opened he their understanding, that they might understand the scriptures.
Right.
And said unto them, thus it is written.
Right.
And thus it behooved Christ to suffer, and to rise from the dead the third day.
Yeah, so I think you're misunderstanding verse 46. It's not saying that it's written. It's not saying the way you're trying to say it.
Verbatim.
No, it's not even that. It says, thus it is written, and thus it behooved Christ to suffer.
It's like two separate.
It's two separate ideas. It's not saying the way you're saying it, Michael Smith. So no, Christ didn't lie. Or wait, what did he call him? Did he say the son of Mary?
Son of Mary, yeah.
Oh, this is a Michael Smith from Clubhouse, if I'm not mistaken. You from Clubhouse? Just curious. If you from Clubhouse, just say you from Clubhouse, and I'll know exactly who I'm dealing with. I'm just curious. But yeah, thus it is written, and thus it behooved Christ to suffer, and to raise from the dead the third day, and that repentance and remission of sins should be preached in his name. See, this is all, because then you would be saying that it's written, that all these things are written verbatim. Sure, we all acknowledge and agree that the creator Yah himself never once said, if you're uncomfortable with your foundation, then who am I? Yeah, I mean, God, he just going. Brother sat on the stream this whole time just to fight. But that's that Clubhouse spirit, though. Yeah, that's that Clubhouse. It's all good. So yeah, that's not what that's saying. He's not saying that was written verbatim. You misread that. Right? Verse 45, then opened he their understanding that they might understand the scriptures. What scriptures? The things written in Moses, in the law, the things written in Psalms. And said unto them, thus it is written. What is written? The things in Moses and the things in Psalms. Right? And thus it behooved Christ to suffer. And thus, so it's letting you know, and there's another idea here, right? And to rise from the dead the third day. So it's not saying that that's written verbatim anywhere, right? But we do see certain concepts, like when they asked Christ, show us the sign. What was it? Show us the sign that you were the Messiah. He said, as Jonah was in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be. Right? But again, you know, if you want to say, well, show me Yah saying this, well, again, show me David before David was born. Show me Jacob before Jacob. Show me the mention of Jacob before Jacob. Right? So You ain't got to fight there, man. Christ arise from the dead on the third day equals foundation of salvation for all of Christ with the Pope. Okay. Okay. I mean, bruh. Is this what we doing? Man, bro. It's not even interesting. Again, if you're looking for verbatims, that's not how the Most High deals. He don't deal in verbatims. Everything ain't gotta be verbatim. Some things is parabolic speech, some things is allegory, right? So some things are symbolism. So I mean, some things just ain't worth fighting, right? Some things are just not worth fighting. Anybody else got anything? Bruh. These clubhouse dudes they got nothing else to do. That's the problem. They got nothing else to do but sit there and fight. You said what?
I'm burned out.
Yeah. The back and forth is like, golly, bruh. If you hold to something, then hold to it. Right? That man said, I'm gonna sit on this feed all this whole time just to come back and fight. Like ain't nothing else better to do. But that's the spirit that, see, it's like bros like this, they don't keep no feast, they don't do anything, and so they constantly move around with that leaven and that wanting to combat and fight everybody in their spirit, and they have the same argument year to year to year, and they carry that hurt, they carry that pain, right? And it's because you cut out half the Bible out your life. You looking for verbatims, right? You're looking for a verbatim speech for you to be motivated. Well, that's why he says the mysteries are revealed to those that keep his word. Right? That's why he said that. Everybody ain't getting the mysteries, man. Anyway, was that it? Let's set these prayers up. Do exactly what I mean. I'll let him continue to spam the chat. But that's what they do. Right? Go ahead. Show us who you are, Michael Smith. Show us who you are. We're going to set these prayers up and keep it moving. Yeah. Yeah, these brothers be unreasonable. That's why I don't want to deal with it, because they don't even want to answer a question. Yeah, Michael Smith. If he's the same cat I think he is, very unreasonable person. So, go ahead. You ready?
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bahasham,
Bahasham,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Yahushua, Shemai, Nawa, Aita, Shalach, Mike Allah, Wa, Ha, Alahayim, La,
Shemayar,
watch it.
uh-huh.
Barak,
Rapah,
Hagun, Wa, Aisha, Chazak, Ha, Ain, Shal, Yasharallah, Gum, Shalak, Al, Nawa, Rab, Hakama, Rab, Daif, Rab, Bayana, Rab, Patience, Rab, I'm a one, Rab, Akim, Wa, Rab, Ahab, Rachab, Allah, Wa, Salak, Call, Shal, Kata, Nawa, Yahushai, Ba'a, Aita, Haya, Ba, Ata, Yachol, Tamyad, Wa, La'awalam.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love. spiritual power and forgive all of our sins. How shall I come quickly? For indeed is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Y'all know me, I'm always up for a good fight. I'm always down to fight. Sometimes, there ain't more than words. I imagine what find out, you're Russian. You know me. I'm always down to fight, but this guy's gonna be worth it out here.
Yeah, that one didn't seem like
No. There's no back and forth. There's no nothing. There's not gonna be no edification. There's not nothing coming from it. It's yeah. Yep. And I don't feel like entertaining all that right now. Brothers be getting cut all day on Clubhouse and want to come on our little feed. Brothers be dismantling this guy. He want to come mess with me. Bro, come on, catch small.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Yahweh.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Yahweh.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if you'd like to get anointed, we can do that after the prayers. Psalms 92. It is a good thing. It is a good thing. To give thanks to Yahweh. To give thanks to Yahweh. And to sing praises to thy name. And to sing praises to thy name. O Most High. O Most High. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument 10 strings. Upon an instrument 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp will the song sound. Upon the harp will the song sound. Thou Yahweh. Has made me glad through thy works. Has made me glad through thy works. I'll triumph in the works of thy hand. I will triumph in the works of thy hand. O Yahweh, I pray thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. Is that they shall be destroyed forever. Thou Yahweh, are most high forevermore. Below thine enemies. O Yahweh, below thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall thou exalt. Like the horn of unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see. By the desire of my enemies. And my ears shall hear. By the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahushua shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourish. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no righteousness in him. Psalms 133. Shayar, Malawat, Ladawat, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Nayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Nikhad, Hashaman, Atawab, Al, Aras, Yarad, Al, Hasakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Al, Hayah, Adawatawa, Kato, Karaman, Shayarad, Al, Warrior, Isaiah 1, Kaya, Shem, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Hayayam, Ha'awalam.
Psalm 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashim Yahushai.
Ba'ashim Yahushai.
Tawada. Namyad. Aman.
Amen. Circle up. Hey, Michael Smith, I could agree on that. I could agree on that one. You're absolutely right on that, brother. You're absolutely right on that. End times, men shall be lovers of themselves. Oh man, bro. Niggas love to argue. Call it.
Akim, Amayu, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakam.
Yadam Matzah. Turn and face the sisters. Hopefully, Michael Smith, hopefully you celebrating the Feast of Unleavened Bread and purging that leaven up out of your spirit like we all supposed to be doing. Hopefully you keeping them laws. You know what I mean? Because it would be a sad state of affairs for you to be pointing the finger and not keeping no laws. You're supposed to be keeping the peace. So hopefully, call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amayu, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shema Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Judge Matzah, Israel is a trip. Dismissed. Hey, shalom everybody online. Shalom.